Is there a time? Is there a time when my desk isn't a fucking mess? I propose not, because I've never seen it. Oh, there are these brief moments. Usually the moments that I'm like, I've just completely redone my office, and I'm going to take a picture, and like... You guys have been there for a few of them. When I'm like, hey, let's post our battle stations. And that's the 10-second period that my desk is clean and nice. And almost no time passes. And that goes away. Oh, life. Oh, man. Oh, man. How are we doing today? Folks, we got Project Dark Fox. There's Lore Friendly. Hello to you too as well. Hello to you too as well. Huh. What a redundant piece of shit of a sentence to just sort of come tumbling out of my face. There's White Wolf. I realized today as I had that little marquee up, my funny little taste testing paints bit, that doesn't work as well on oil days, because I'm not supposed to put this shit like anywhere near my mouth. It's you know, toxic. That's a terrible idea. Oh, Metal Core Collectibles. How's the self-isolation going, man? I'm sorry to hear that you had a, was that one of your coworkers tested positive? So that's a little bit of a concern. Anyone play the actual game? Yeah. I've done a couple of quick little demo games with the starter set, and then I got them ready for painting, and I haven't played it since then. But there will be more Monsterpocalypse. Monsterpocalypse is on my list of games that I've been talking for a while about, and I'm still moving towards, particularly this summer, now that I can get out to my game room and actually do some solid reconfiguration out there. And the most importantly, I can get it wired with a hard line for my Ethernet, not my Ethernet, my fiber optic internet connection. I need to have that hard line out there, so I'm working on that now, but it's on my list of games that we can play on stream because it runs on a grid. Unlike many war games, like classic BattleTech, Monsterpocalypse, a few others, it's on my list of games that you and I can play together, chat. Mostly because it's easy to be like, I redeemed so many points and moved this unit this many squares. It's just a lot simpler than saying, like, I'd like to move at a 33.2 degree angle precisely 1.5 inches and see if that, you know, it's so much of wargaming is kind of by feel, or to taste, if you will, the delicious, delicious taste of war. Today's gonna be weird, got 3 streams up at once. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Can you advise on team building? Oh yeah, Revelations. Hey, how's it going, man? Hey, how you doing over there? I assume behind the desk of Revelations we have the talented Rick Graham. How you doing today, man? How's the Kickstarter going? For those of you who don't know, by the way, please feel free, Rick, if that's you at Revelations Universe, I assume it is. Please feel free to post a link to the currently active Revelations Skirmish Kickstarter, because it's a fucking fantastic. Even if all you want to do is get the currently available STLs for Revelations to start printing your own force, because it's a war game that is being released entirely in 3D printable format. So if you have a resin printer at home, you can play this game. Just print as many of these units as you want. He's made a lot of updates, a lot of changes to them since they first released. I think a lot of really good improvements. But yeah, even if all you do is get in at like the $50 level just to get all the currently existing STLs, it's a fantastic deal. And also you contribute to the stretch goals, which will give me minis that I don't have yet. And believe it or not, I'm in favor of that. I'd like to get some of those. On the way to the 3rd stretch goal, I am glad to hear that. Happy Man O'Coral, how you doing, man? Wait, hold on. Oh my god, you threw me so bad with that name just now. Like, I forgot the name. I was like, Happy Man O'Coral. Who the... Oh, it's O'Coral. It's Happy Man O'Coral. How the fuck? What the... I was like, who is this person whose name I don't recognize, and why are they a VIP in my channel? Somebody hacked my goddamn Twitch. It's all like, Happy Manic Oral? Or my personal favorite, Happy Man, okay oral. Just okay. Just middle of the road. You know, he's okay. He's a happy man because he's okay at oral. I'm just cracking myself up at this point. How attractive is that? How you doing, Zombie Bro Studios? It's good to see you, man. Oh, Rat Girl and Walter's Workshop. Okay. I'm not familiar with Rat Girl. I couldn't possibly speak as to the temptation of that particular stream, but I'll take your word for it.
Welcome everyone to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Don't do it. I just don't have that good a quality control. I'll be like, hey, let's look at the storm report, and that's somebody's dick.
You're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
That doesn't even make sense. Why do we let you use voice commands, O'Coral? I don't like... I've been asking myself this question for like over a year now, though. I guess we're just never gonna solve that problem. Oh, okay. Building some mecha over there, I bet. Yeah, feel free, if people ask about it, or if I mention it, like, feel free to post that link a few times tonight, Rick, because honestly, I'd like to get as many eyes on that Kickstarter as possible. It's a real damn good deal, and it is marking an effort that no one else is making, which is to say you are making a miniatures war game, and you are... Oh, my face is a little fuzzy. That's my beard. That's what that is. No, it's probably because of my damn C920's on autofocus, and autofocus sucks. Let me pull up the manual focus for it so I don't have to deal with that tonight. Logitech C920, the most okay webcam in the universe. That's not a good song. It's terrible. I should never sing. Hopefully that's better. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Maybe I'm just a little out of focus. Maybe that's just who I am as a person. It's a metaphor. It's a visual metaphor. You see, when people become content creators, when people start to make film, we start to think, you know, on a level that's maybe a little bit above the average person, you know? And someone who's only kind of okay at oral, like, I understand how you might not understand the higher level thinking that goes behind putting my face slightly out of focus. It's like when someone looks into a mirror in a movie and the mirror's kind of shattered, you know? It's like the fragments of their personality. It's like them coming apart at the seams. I'm slightly out of focus. I got nothing. Yeah, that's the extent of my bullshit on that one. Let's just let it die. Let me go ahead and get my oil paints out here and ready to go. I hope you folks out there are having a fantastic day. Had a fairly productive paint night last night. Fairly productive, Roland. 15 months, that's longer than my last romantic relationship, and I don't even put out, Roland. Not that anyone can prove, anyway. I'm getting my metal models moved out of the way here. I was working on them last night, made some good progress. They're very, very close to done, and that'll be nice since we're trying to finish projects this month. And all, Roland, thank you so much, by the way, for the resub. Thank you so much for the 15 months of support. Holy shit. Where does the time go? I couldn't tell you. That's a great idea. Insult your fan base. Yeah, I'm trying as hard as I can to tank this whole thing. Like, the stream's doing pretty well, and that level of success makes me nervous, so I'm just gonna start blatantly insulting everyone who comes in here until it all collapses, and that way I can blame the viewers, right? This is genius. I should be a fucking social media consultant. Not much to pick. How do you think this team will do? Ares Mothership, CyberCon, 2 Saucers, 2 Power Pods, 1 Hunter, 4 Carnatrons, 1 Robo Brontox, 3 Squicks, 2 Meat Slaves, UCI Industries HQ, Martian Command Post, and Void Gate. WJ, I don't know what most of those units do, if I'm being honest with you. My knowledge is very, very limited right now to the Planet Eaters and Guard, and I'm slowly expanding past that. I'll say that it sounds like a very good-looking force, and in my book, that is all you really need to move forward, is, hey, this looks pretty badass. I think the Ares Mothership is one of the coolest models that they have for Monsterpocalypse. Am I dropping a lot of frames? Is anyone else finding that? I'm not having any dropped frames on my end, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. It's okay, No, I'm new to the game, man. I'm aware that it exists, and only recently I was like, let's give it a shot. Let's try it out, because I like mecha and I like kaiju, you know? And so far I've been very impressed. Added a couple of oil paints since last time. We'll see if we get into using those or not. Need to get myself like a fluorescent blue. That's something I don't have, but I'll probably end up wanting. In the meantime, I'll just be kind of mixing my own. And there's my burnt sienna and my burnt umber right over there. Okay. Hey, Suicide Prinny, how you doing today? Handful of audio and video jumps. My weather is shit right now. I like bad mecha and bad kaiju. Are there good kaiju? I think that kaiju are generally they're the bad guys, so they're bad kaiju. Bad mecha though, that hurts. That hurts my feelings. I like all the good mecha. I like the classic mecha. I like the mecha with feeling, the mecha with attitude. God, I'm tired today. Now, we're going to be talking a little bit more about this later, and it's going to be on my announcement at the end of the stream, but I thought I'd let everybody know since we got a few people here in on the stream already. Next week, I'm going to be taking off from streaming, I think. I'm not going anywhere. I don't have, like, a big trip to do or anything like that. It just seems like a good opportunity for me to take what would normally be 3 streams and do some, maintenance. Because we've got a couple of items here on the stream on my overlays that have become dated and the list of things and bits of maintenance that I need to do keeps growing, and I just keep putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. I'm going to take next week, those 3 days I would normally be streaming, and do some stream maintenance. Probably go over all my camera mounts again. I haven't done that in forever. Really get my desk cleaned off. Redo my stream deck, because I got a bunch of things I keep meaning to add to it. You just took a vacation last year. Yeah, that's all I get, right? How do I get paid time off from this bullshit? But I thought I'd let you guys know, and I'll be mentioning that again at the end of the stream, and then again this Sunday, because we're gonna be doing some Warcaster on Sunday. Robot Jocks is not good mecha. I'm not even going to engage with that. You're entitled to your opinion, O'Coral. You know, you are as entitled to being wrong as anyone else. And speaking of people who are entitled to be wrong, Catic Harmony, how are you doing today, man? What's your opinion on Reaper paint? I love Reaper paint. Honestly, Reaper paint's really quite nice. Top of my list for preferred paints currently are, I'd say Pro Acryl, because it's hard to argue. It is hard to argue with the quality of Pro Acryl paints. They're very, very nice. They're remarkably opaque. They thin very, very well. They have nice, vivid pigments. They're a very, very pleasant paint to work with. They also come in fantastic dropper bottles in good quantities for the price. They seem expensive when you go to buy them until you realize that they're like twice the volume of most of the paint pots. They come with agitators in them. Like, I have zero complaints about Pro Acryl. Right below that for me is where I would put Reaper, and on the top end of Reaper, I do Reaper Master Series. They similarly have a great flow to them, good opacity, good pigment density. I like them a lot. And then down from there, I'm 50-50 on Rainy River Designs' current formulation and Vallejo Game Color. Though I'm obviously using a lot more of Rainy River Designs now because it is made by our very, very excellent mod, Kursala, and his partner, Data Nerd. And if you're curious about those paints, by the way, you can hit ! Rainy River or ! Merch anytime in chat and get a link over there to take a look at the paints that they're working on. They're very, very new to the acrylic paint game, but they've made a lot of strides very quickly. They do high quality stuff. And I keep giving them feedback, and if you're picking up Rainy River Designs paints, you should too. Next batch will have agitators in the bottles. Fantastic. LGS got a fuck ton, so I'm gonna go buy some. Yeah, Reaper paint's good. It's good quality stuff. You won't, you can't really go wrong buying Reaper. I don't love their bottles. I don't know why exactly. I'm sure there's a very simple mechanical explanation. I get a lot of clogged dropper tips on Reaper paints, and maybe it's just my incompetence, but I find that I have to clear them quite a lot, more than I do with most other dropper bottles. And again, I'm sure there's a very simple mechanical explanation to it. I'm just either too stupid or too lazy to find out what it is, so I clear it a lot. Not gonna say you're wrong, but you are wrong. That's okay, O'Coral. It's like opposite day, you know? You're so wrong that when you say someone's wrong, it's like you're saying they're right, so I just take it as a compliment. Got a bunch more Reaper paint in, want to try their Ultra coverage sets. Yeah, they're, I don't know if I've used... They've got a number of different lines within Reaper. I think Reaper Bones is their most popular and common line. They also have Reaper HD, which is high-density pigment. I love that stuff. For base coating, it almost can't be beat. You thin it down a whole lot, and you still only need maybe 2 coats to get a good solid base coat on something. I like that a whole lot. And then Reaper Master Series. Yeah, MSP, Master Series paints. I think that depends on where you are, O'Coral, because when I was in, and it depends on what your local store is. HD was discontinued a year and a half. Was it really? I still have a bunch of it. I guess I haven't bought it in about a year and a half, now that you mention it. Shit. That's okay. There's not a significant difference between... Like, if I was a betting man, I would say that they rolled the product features of their HD line into their MSP line. because it's very similar. It's very, very similar. But yeah, MSP is the best paint that they have, but their Reaper Bones line is not far behind it, by far. That's an inappropriate usage of that phrase. The 15 most common are now in their Bones line. Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Alright, what am I doing today, guys? We're oil painting. We're oil painting. Oh my god, why don't we do some of that? Stupid glove box.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Oh, I'll put it back on camera. I'll put it back on camera. All right, starting things off right. WJ, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh man. Should make a 50 Shades about oil paints. Yeah, we should make some. Okay, so this is part of the reason that we're doing it next week. Metalcore Collectibles. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't time it with your availability. It was not on purpose, I assure you. But yeah, we should make some new voice clips because, like I said, next week is sort of stream maintenance week, and I cannot think of a better time to add in some snazzy new voice clips. So let's chat. Let's chat. 50 Shades of beer, that would be concerning. Are you painting the mechs like Pacific Rim Jaegers due to how similar they look? So WJ, I've kind of gone back and forth on that one. And where I've kind of landed is in a funny place, because as I was like, I should paint them like Jaegers from Pacific Rim, then I found a really good deal on the Pacific Rim Extinction game over at Amazon. Actually, they had the starter set for like $40. I'm like, oh, let's try this. $40, I can afford to be wrong. And that game's kind of great. It's not like an amazing war game. It's between, like, it's not a board game. It's definitely trying to be a war game. More than a board game, but it's you know what, the beer and pretzels, a very light war game where you only ever really have maybe 3 models on a side at once, and it's very quick to play. It reminds me a lot of the version 1 of FFG's. I swear to God, there hasn't been a fly in here all fucking day, and I start my stream and there is. Did you guys do this? Did one of you let it in my office? It's gonna drive me crazy. Okay, reminds me a lot of X-Wing, version 1. A lot of the way the game plays reminds me of X-Wing, in a good way. And as I continued to mess around with the minis, I came to this realization, like, oh no, I'm gonna paint these. At some point, I'm gonna repaint these Jaegers. So that brought me around to, well, if I'm gonna be painting the actual Jaegers, I mean, I'm definitely gonna be doing Gypsy Danger at a minimum. I'll probably use Gypsy Avenger as like a tester for Gypsy Danger, because who gives a shit about Gypsy Avenger? You know, I certainly don't. And so I'll probably do unique schemes. I'll probably just do slight modifications of studio schemes for my guard. I picked up a nice orange, and I kind of like the way they do the blue and the orange on the guard for Privateer Press. Does my camera look bright enough to you? Is it a little bit dark today? Been messing with the settings so that we can have a nice depth of field, and I just want to make sure that I haven't darkened it too much with my aperture settings. So let me know. Pazuzu! Oh shit, somebody get Zach Bagans in here. Don't touch the Dybbuk box. Don't touch the Dybbuk box, bro. Did you guys see the Zach Bagans Ghost Adventure live with the Dybbuk box? Where he had that rabbi show up, and he was like, oh, you know, being a rabbi, like, you know, people can get possessed by demons, and the guy was like, I don't really think that's a thing. You know, like, I mean, I know that works, like, with your scripts, but that's not, I don't really. And Zach got all, like, pissed and tried to kick him out. That shit was funny. That shit was funny. Alright, let's get them mixed in some of these paints. So yeah, I put fancy labels on all my oil paints, and I put my logo on them. Somebody asked, like, why the logo? And I have a really interesting answer for you. There was extra space on the label, and I couldn't think of a good reason not to. And, you know, my ego is roughly the size of the state of Colorado, so I put my logo on paints that I did not make. But, you know, if my oil paints were to get lost somewhere, people would be like, oh, these are Thunderheads. This got his logo on them. Let's get these paints back to Thunderhead. Alright, put down a little bit of cadmium orange. A little bit of my titanium white. Oh yeah, Hathrir. Oh yeah, I'm in talks with Bezos now to see if we can't get it on the next round of Amazon Echoes. There we go. And we're going to be working on the hard chitinous plates on these guys. I want to do their eyes first, and then we're going to try to get the rest of them in line with this orange. And then I thought I might use a little bit of yellow to try to do some body markings on them. We will see about that. Orange, got my white. I need some of my cobalt blue. Thunderhead Studios, the paint dropper. Thunderhead Studios, the lunchbox. Thunderhead Studios, the breakfast cereal. Thunderhead Studios, the flamethrower. The kids love that one. Damn it, Project Dark Fox, stop doing. You've done that twice today. Twice now. Holy shit, epic narrator of the 40K. How are you doing today, Garf? Man, what's up? Why am I doing this? I have a paint mixer right here. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my god. Hopefully not lost in Twitch advertisement hell over there. 40K Epic Narrator. I hope you had a fantastic stream, man. Actually, I ducked in for like a second before I went on, but I didn't stick around because I just had too much of my own stupid crap to get up to. Hope you had a great stream, and welcome in, Raiders. It's going. I'm putting down some oil paints on my palette, and we're getting ready to dig into some Monsterpocalypse. Excuse me. And a little French Ultramarine. Back to the old hammer. Hell yeah, dude. You know, that reminds me, 40K Epic Narrator, my brother actually just sent me a box of some figures that he found, which I believe, I haven't had a look at the actual figures yet, but they're Tyranid figures from, I want to say, the late 90s? They're all metal Tyranids, and they've got some of the older designs to them. I don't know that they're quite, like, you remember the old Carnifex with the big, weird, like, tentacle scythe arms that came around in a big X shape? Like, I don't think they're that old. I think they're like the old metal lictors and stuff like that. But depending on how old they are, I was thinking about messaging you and seeing if you were interested in them, because I know that you love Old Hammer. Oh, thanks for getting that shout out, by the way, PDF. Yeah, guys, if you're not following 40K Epic Narrator, and you have any love anywhere in your body, I don't care where, for classic 40K, this is the stream to follow. Does some fantastic painting on some old, very, very fun sculpts. Yeah, man. Yeah, when they get here, I'll take some pictures, and I'll send them over to you. Again, I'm not sure how old they are. They might not be old enough to really be retro fun, but, just, you know what, Kursala? Because muscle memory is why. My arm just does this without even thinking about it. Just right like that. Just like, okay, I'll stop. I'm ashamed of myself. I really have to disable clips if I'm gonna be this way as a person. Where did my other brush go? It was right here, wasn't it? Oh, there it is. Whoop!
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Yeah, let's get some new voice clips and let's get rid of that one. How about that? How about that? Especially the Tyrannid Warriors. Yeah, I'm very curious to see exactly what's going to be in it. They're, yeah, the old Tyrannid Warriors, the old Tyrannid Carnifex were really rough. They didn't look like bugs. They just looked goofy. Like, goofier than the old orcs, which had charm. The classic Tyrannids were a little bit sketchy. But there was kind of a weird Goldilocks zone in there where they just sort of worked, and I'm hoping that they're from that run of Tyrannids, where the warriors had gotten their first visual update, and there were a bunch of metal lictors. Big, nasty, heavy ones, but high quality. Hey, Crossbow Roof, it's good to see you, man. Also, Fire Smoke, how you doing, man? I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope that the paint gods are being kind, you know, as they ever are, at any rate. A little bit of my orange here, and just touch it up with a teeny little bit of white to get that sort of creamy orange that I was using last time. And then we'll start laying this in and smoothing out some oils. Continuing on with our Monsterpocalypse journey. I'm kind of seeing the appeal now of oil painting, particularly on stream. Not having to worry about things drying out, not having to worry too much about making mistakes, always having a chance to come back and work with whatever you put down. It does have a certain appeal. I'm planning on doing more of it. I'm thinking that when I get around to doing my Pacific Rim figures, I may just be like, fuck it, let's do it in oil. Practice makes perfect, right? Though, as we've already established, that phrase is not even true. Oh, thank you, Suicide Prinny. You're so helpful. You're like Iberben 2! Ooh, there's 2 of them now. How lucky I am. Yeah. Bought a Stormblade. Ooh, exciting. Having a good one. Excitedly waiting for Saturday, because that's when White Wolf's Tau come in the mail. Fuck yeah, man. Always practicing. Always practicing. This is a good example of one of the reasons I like oil paint, because I wind up doing this, where I'm like, I got my brush, I got my model, I'm bracing it, I'm doing some paint, and I look up and I just stare at chat for a minute. By the time I get back, if I'm doing acrylics, it very well may have dried up. Not so much in this case, though. Ooh, I need to have a paper towel ready. There's one thing I'm trying to get used to. We are breaking our acrylic habits, and part of that is wiping the brush rather than swishing the brush. You can swish it ever so slightly, every so often. But for the most part, you really just want to wipe the current oils off the bristles. And really, I'm just placing these colors here now, in theory. And then I'm going to wipe my brush and come back in and blend them down a little bit. Got some of my recent minis loaded to Insta. Newer models, though, but I do have a squad of the Derp Zerkers. Ooh, those were kind of rough, weren't they? Hell yeah! 40k Epic Narrator. I'll come check out... I haven't browsed Insta in a little while. I'll come check out your latest work, though, dude. I always love seeing the classics being done, and you have such a fun... like, using modern techniques, but still with a nod to the most popular techniques that were in use back in the, like... really mostly 90s. Color choices and such that were popular in the 90s with painting techniques that have been updated since then. That's what I usually get away That's what I usually come away with from a lot of your work. Of course, you don't, you know, line all of your bases with Goblin Green, and that's maybe the great failing. A 40k epic narrator is not enough Goblin Green. I'm joking. That's ridiculous. That's a silly thing to even think. Hey, Data Nerd, good to see you. If they ever make a movie of this, which is a big rumor, by the way, I want a scene with Kaiju petting those fat blobby things. Yeah, the Belchers, they're adorable, aren't they? Like, they're only horrifying when you realize they're supposed to be, like, a story tall. But they're just like little murder seals. Goblin Green is precious. There's only so much of it left in the world, and it shouldn't be wasted. I've still got a set of... Do you remember when Citadel released their Foundation paint set? That was a big deal at the time. I still have a full set of those Foundation paints. Shows how much I used of them. Not much. Ooh, man. Yeah, there have been a few attempts over the years to recreate Goblin Green, and somehow it has just never quite worked out, has it? It's like they're not using the right blood from the right orphans or something. It should only be used to paint base rims now. I mean, that should be the primary use of Goblin Green. What Goblin Green still exists should all go on base rims. And anything else needs to be punishable by something. I'm not really sure what. Stoning, maybe? I don't make these decisions, you know? I'm not paid to think that far in. For the Council of Gamers, mini painters, nerds, and general dorks. I barely got my union card at this point. Pond Burn on the 15-month streak at Tier 3, you absolute maniac. Thank you so much. My God. Pond Burn, thank you so much for the support, man. It really does mean the world. How you doing today? Hear the news about Curse City not getting reprinted. What a shame. I got it, but that has killed the game. No chance of expansions now. I've mostly been on the outside looking in of that one potion seller. It wasn't something that I wanted to get myself, but it is a shame to hear that they're not reprinting it considering how popular it's been. And a very good evening to you, Punexpected. Look like we have a name change. We are now Punexpected Painting. Much more descriptive, I must say. Got any Goblin Green left? No, I haven't had Goblin Green in years. I haven't. Epic Narrator, thank you so much for the raid, man. Again, I hope you had a fantastic stream, and I hope you have a great evening. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate the raid, and I appreciate you hanging out for a minute. I always raid and run myself, because God knows, you know, you've been streaming, you got some shit to do, man. So, have a great night. Now we are doing oils over oil that we did a week ago, so all my base tones here have dried. And I'm just going over top of them this time. This is where the kind of translucency of the oil paints come in. They're not going to blend like they would, but they will a little bit visually, just kind of through a color filter, which should still work just fine for my purposes. Broke a filling a few days ago. Oh my god, I am so sorry to hear that, Pond Burn. That is a bad time right there. And yeah, I'd imagine that finding appointments and getting treatment right now is a bit of a pain in the ass, so I hope that goes well for you and you have no further complications or developments. Well, oils for Thursday at any rate, but I'm anticipating more oils because it's actually pretty fun. Like, I didn't... The first time we did oils on here, I had a bad time, and I realized that I had a bad time mostly because I didn't really adequately prepare for it in a few ways, but just a few mechanical changes later, and the process is a lot smoother and a lot more entertaining. And yielding some very compelling results paint job-wise, I have to say. Which reminds me, I should do this blue first. I also really like how very little oil paint you actually go through painting with oils. It doesn't take much. Ever make a movie of this game, which is... wait, I already read that. Didn't you already say that, WJ? Am I crazy? But yes, you're absolutely right. I might be crazy. Maybe I'm having deja vu. I don't know. Just waggling some blue paint down here. A little bit more blue. This is my cobalt blue. I'm just getting down in these crevices. Throw off the shackles of big acrylic. Acrylic definitely still has its place. I don't see it. I don't see oil painting replacing acrylic, though. I'm very interested in doing kind of a little bit of both on the same figure. I think that's an interesting idea. Of course, now Stila. Now that I've started doing oil painting, Stila Rebel's all like, "Oh, we should multi-stream something. We should multi-stream something." I'm like, "Oh god, she just wants to make me look like an asshole." She just wants to make the point. You know, that it's not just the oils, it's the skill and the painter, and she wants to make that point by utterly humiliating me on my own stream. And I'm being honest, weirdly okay with it. Weirdly okay with it. Watched Pacific Rim The Black, and it was surprisingly good. I liked a lot about it. I liked quite a lot about Pacific Rim The Black. There are things about it I didn't like, but I look at it in the same way that... You know how the Star Wars prequels sucked? But... yeah, I've actually got a Prussian blue. So what I have for blues, I've got cobalt blue, which I agree. It goes on, like, really translucent, but it has a nice vibrancy to it. And then, of course, I've got French ultramarine and phthalo blue. But yeah, I've got some Prussian blue on the way. I've also got some Payne's gray coming. Oil washes look great, very tempting. Yeah, I've done oil washes a few times. Now that I'm just straight oil painting, I want to give them another shot, because obviously I have all the supplies just ready to go. What was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. It couldn't have been that important. Well, we should multi-stream something. Chaotic, what do you want to multi-stream, man? I would multi-stream with you. I don't know what the fuck we would do. Paint some minis, I guess. Be a good time, yeah? It would be an honor, Chaotic, what with you being one of the people who, when I first got started, I was like, I want one day, One day when I grow up, ask my mom. I told her, I was like, Mom, one day when I grow up, I want to be as cool as this guy on the internet playing these robot games. One day, I want to be that cool. And lo and behold, I'm still not. So, we can't... let this be a lesson to everybody. Set achievable goals. And give up on your dreams. Ultimately. Don't actually take that advice. That's terrible advice. What if we both painted the same mini? I'd be into that. Megapedia. How are we doing today, Megapedia? Could we get a shout out, by the way, from Megapedia? A very entertaining streamer, the mistress of the pipe. I really... it's one of my favorite... Like, I love your painting, Meg. I love your stream. One of my favorite things about it, though, is that, like, as I'm sitting there in the evening and I'm just, like, sparking up and relaxing, like you always are, too, it makes me feel very welcome. I like that advice. Give up on your dreams. That's some straight-up Attack on Titan advice. Give up on your dreams and die. For those of you who have watched through Season 3... right? It's tragic.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
It hurts me. It hurts me, oh Coral. It wounds me. When you accuse me of not getting inside the lines. I get inside the lines most of the time. It's not always about getting inside the lines. Sometimes it's about getting between the lines. But yeah, folks, if you're not following Megapedia and you like a nice, relaxed painting stream with a really cool community, definitely go check out Megapedia. She's great. A little bit of my white paint to build that up with. What are these? They look neat. Hootie Hoo. That is going to be another shout out we have to get. How you doing today, Hootie Hoo? There are two Hootie Hoos now, by the way, and I keep confusing the other one for you when I'm over on Steiner's stream. I'm sorry, Thick Mike's stream. I was like, what's Hootie doing over here? This doesn't seem like his kind of oh, the other one. And it's the other one. Okay, I gotcha. These, by the way, are Belchers for the game Monsterpocalypse. And we are using them as a test bed for our oil painting, which has thus far been a pretty fun process. I'll let that sit for a minute on that. And come back in over on this one and see what I can do. How you doing, Dabber Raccoon? If life kicks you in the teeth enough, you run out of teeth. That's wisdom, I suppose? Big oil painting spreadsheet linked in my About section that you may find useful. Really unexpected. Having to do with, like, particular colors and pigments and whatnot. Because I know that there could be quite a difference in the different colors you're using based on what their base pigment is. Thin my white just a touch more. It's a little gelatinous. More so than I want. Oh, other than that, you're okay. Well, that's good. You know, other than the getting kicked in the teeth part. That's something. Been obsessed with Sea of Thieves recently and it's detrimental to productivity. Yeah, you were playing that last night, weren't you? Did we get a shout out for Hootie Hoo? I certainly hope we did, guys. He's a fantastic streamer. Recently begun VTubing, so if that's something you're curious about, definitely go check out his stream. It's not something that I really knew much about until he started doing it, and if I'm being honest, I still don't. But the avatar he's created is really quite impressive. Yeah, that's good enough for now. I can come back in with some more blue later. Just want to get the essentials down. There's a few oil brands, paint name, pigment, transparency, color swatch. That actually sounds helpful so I don't have to do all that shit myself. Let me tell you. Yeah, we don't have any weirdos around here, Hootie. We're all very normal. Yeah. Nothing to see here. Just a bunch of normal people painting tiny monsters and spacemen. Absolutely. I don't know if that's something I really want to do. That detail is so deep. Like, I was thinking I'd make it glow, but it's so deep that getting paint in there is a challenge under the best of circumstances. I might just have to use a different brush. I've been using a very broad brush for this. Let's get a little bit more white in our orange here. Yeah, no weirdos here. Don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm totally normal. I watch my sports ball, you know, and I keep up with the Kardashians and eat red meat. That part, at least, is generally true. Sometimes. They are. They are bigger than a tank. Yeah, they're not tiny. They're... The scale of this game might throw you off. Because there are these tanks missing their turrets, and then there are these guys. Like, these things are massive. It's just that, you know, they happen to also be tiny and adorable. And they are led by this dude whose name I can't pronounce, but he's going to be getting the same treatment as all of these. They're like massive planet-invading doom monsters. And they get punched in their faces by big old mecha like this with rockets in their fists. They're going really well, Mellow Minis. I'm far from an expert on them, but I'm having fun with them, which I maintain is probably the most important detail. Probably. Maybe not the most, but I think it's up there. I think it is up there. So deep. So, dude, what the fuck? What is that even a clip of? What did I say? Don't make the dangerous assumption that as a streamer, I know what I'm saying. Most of the time. And I don't mean that in the broad sense of, like, I understand the implications of my words. I mean, I might genuinely not know what words are coming out of my mouth. I'm kind of amazed that in doing this for over a year now, I haven't said anything. Like, I think I told somebody this the other day. I'm like, on some level, I'm waiting for the thing that I'm gonna say, whatever that thing is, that thing. I won't be thinking, I'll open my mouth, I'll say something, and it will cause a chain reaction that will result in the absolute implosion and ultimate destruction of the stream. And I don't know what that thing is yet. I won't know it until I say it. But I mean, I just kind of open my mouth and stream of consciousness a lot of the time, so eventually it's going to happen. I just hope that it's something, like, great, and not something innocuous and stupid. I just hope that when I finally do say the thing, it's at least funny. And not just rude. Like, probably funny and rude, but not just rude. We have to keep our goals achievable, people. You played the game or just painted the minis? I played the game a very, very little bit, Socrates, enough to know that I wanted to sink some time into painting the minis. But I haven't played it since I started getting the minis ready for painting. Alright, let's do some orange on this other guy here. Oop, that's a bit too much. Alright, let's thin that out. There we go. Hey, you're live! What's up, Amateur Paint Hour? How you doing today? Shock21, also a pleasure to see you. Yeah, it'll cause a public uproar. Like I said, I don't know what it's going to be that I say. Just one day I'm going to say it. And you know, like, you ever get that feeling, like, when you're in a store full of really expensive, delicate things, or you're holding, like, a crystal glass in your hand, and it's so beautiful, and it's so precious, and it's so delicate, and you just think, I could fucking smash this. I could smash it. Oh, I could just close my hand with enough force and it would explode. And on some level, you just know it would be so satisfying. I get that feeling sometimes when I'm streaming. Like, I could just violate a bunch of TOS and blow it all up. But I don't. I maintain that feeling of secret power. Because I think it's more, the thought of it is more fun than it actually would be. I don't even know what it is that I would say, because, like, it would be partially dishonest, whatever it was. Like, let me see, I can do, no, I'm not anti-Semitic, okay. I'm not racist, that's not gonna work. What can I do? I'm not misogynistic, that's not gonna work either. I gotta come up with something toxic to be. It's not fair, ultimately, that all these internet personalities out there are so toxic, and I'm just not. And I feel like I'm getting behind. I'm behind on the trends. I could pull a Logan Paul, or isn't that the guy's name? Logan Paul? Does he have a brother? The Paul brothers? I don't really know anything about them. Didn't one of them take like a picture of a dead body or something? The remnants of our reptilian brain, yeah. Exactly. Getting Tiberian Sun vibes. Oh, from the last song? Yeah, I could see that. Pacific Rim 2 is actually better than 1. Oh, Jesus, no. It's just, I can't lie like that. This is not a lie that I'm capable of telling. It has to be something realistic, metalcore. People wouldn't even believe me if I said that. They'd be like, oh, that Thunderhead, he's a jokey joke maker and again. Just learn, people in MWO, stating your intent is to ruin the game. I don't think they... The problem with that Chaotic Harmony is they wouldn't take me seriously at all. Like, you were good enough at the game and had enough notoriety that when you do it, they're like, uh-oh, that Chaotic Harmony, he's causing trouble again. Old Toxic Harmony is raining, his missiles are blotting out the sun. I suck at the game, and I would get my ass kicked even trying to abuse semi-broken mechanics. And all people would do was look at me and go, oh, look, he's trying to be Chaotic Harmony. And see, that's not toxic, that's just sad. So I don't want to do that. Just kind of pathetic, you know? I need my own thing. My own toxicity. Want to be toxic, you could eat your oil paint. No, that's not the kind of toxic I'm talking about. That would be against TOS on a certain level, though. I'm sure they could make that argument, because self-harm, I think, is against TOS. So maybe there's potential there. I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it like that. Yeah, I don't think anybody's getting banned for hating on Gungans. Haven't lived until you've had the forbidden fruit that is cadmium red deep. Is he sleeping on stream is a category now. A category of streaming? Necro Bob, by the way, good to see you. Or a category of TOS violation. Because I didn't think they'd let you sleep on stream. Set this aside for 1 second. Ow. Trying to do something with these eyes here. With a slightly finer brush. A little dot of white, and then I'm going to try to blend that out. Yeah, that's better. This brush might be the one that I want for this, too. Oh yeah, that actually works nicely. Groovy, groovy. Yeah, time to go do it, yeah. Chaotic Harmony napping You know, you're always talking about wanting to get those hours in, wanting to stream more. Well, just stream yourself sleeping. That and, you know, yoga time with cat at girlfriend. I'm sure that'll be a really, really popular category. Right up until she finds out. And then no one ever hears from Chaotic again. Oh, something happened. Something happened. I can't look up yet, though. What happened? What happened, chat? Oh my god. Heather Dawn H, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to me. Just kind of fooling around with oil paints with no real idea what I'm doing, but, you know, having fun with it, which in the end is what matters. Big blanket that has missiles go whoosh on it. There you go. And howdy back at you. I'm glad you find the stuffs to be cool. I do too. You know? I like my minis. I like my paints. I like my little monsters. I like my big robots. I like it all. Living the dream is what they call this. A grown man sitting in his office, painting teeny little plastic models with oils. Having a good time doing it. Look at me now, Mom. Look at me now. I don't know about these little blue parts down here yet. I probably should have done those first, and I might just not worry about them so much on these belchers because I don't think they're particularly important details, but I do want some blue down in there at a minimum. At least I've achieved that. That's something. I never thought of oils being used in this application. So generally, Heather, acrylic is the answer that most mini painters go with. Lately, there has been a bit of a popular movement towards applying oils to mini painting. They have some advantages. And if you are a painter yourself, which I assume based on even your tertiary or passing knowledge of oils versus acrylics, that you probably are. The longer working time, the easier blendability. The longer working time is a double-edged sword because it also takes much, much longer for them to dry. You have to give them a much longer period of time before they become usable. And of course, there's always the risk of making a bit of a mess, because oil paints can be a little bit messy without the proper prep work, which is what I've been working on lately. But as it turns out, they work pretty well for model painting applications. Once you know what you're doing, which I definitely do not. We're figuring it out, though. Just a little bit at a time. Pull a little bit out of there. There we go. I'm a painter, so I know. Yeah, I should think so. After drying, just a water-based acrylic varnish over top. Nothing particularly special. But I do let them sit and dry for a good long time after painting before I do anything of the sort. Heather Dawn, are you a streamer? I'm not familiar with your stream. If you are, I'm sorry about that. What sort of painting do you do, other than, you know, with oils? In what application? Like canvas, or...? Do landscapes, mostly on boards. Oh, very interesting. You know, art and the mediums therein are very fascinating to me. I've had a number of conversations since I've started doing this publicly with a number of other artists, and what's interesting to me is how artists all sort of view what other artists do with this sense of awe. Like, ooh, you do that amazing thing, I wish I could do that thing. But it always comes along with this caveat of, like, that sentiment tends to go both ways, because one person spends a long time working on, say, miniature painting and becoming very good at it. Another person spends a long time working on, say, canvases, doing portraiture or landscapes and becomes very good at that, and you look at one another's work and you go, wow, I haven't spent the time doing that. That's amazing. It looks really, really hard, forgetting the amount of time that you have spent working on your own discipline. Landscaping is really, really cool. I have immense respect for people who just paint to canvas, who can take something flat and just create a three-dimensional shape, three-dimensional environment on that piece of canvas. We miniature painters, we cheat. We have a three-dimensional medium in the first place, and we're just sort of picking details and accentuating and shading them. There's more to it than that, but that is the basic theory. But doesn't that mean you can make 4D art? Well, if you figure that one out, let me know. Making fourth-dimensional spaces in general seems like it would have a lot of marketable applications. So, you know, have your people call my people. I'll have my people call Jeff Bezos, and we'll all be rich. That's right, I'm gonna sell interdimensional travel to the Amazon. To the Amazon, that's what it's called, right? The Amazon? I'm gonna go look for videos on the YouTube. Okay, Grandma. You need Elon for that. Fuck Elon. That guy's such a moron. I am not WJ. I am not. He's not even that old, I don't think. That's just, that's part of the shtick. Adding depth with paint is a skill in itself. It absolutely is. It's one that I work on every single time that I put paint to model. It's one of those skills, too, that it's like, you develop it so slowly that most artists don't see it in their own work. You know, the old saying about the horrible old saying about the frog in the pot of boiling water? If you raise the heat slowly, you won't notice until it's boiling. What a horrid, horrid mental image, by the way. But, it's that way with learning art. Like, you don't really understand. Sometimes you'll have breakthrough moments where you're like, I have learned this thing, I have achieved this task, and I feel amazing. A lot of the time, though, over the course of working on art, and not everybody's the same, but I have found this to be true for myself, over the course of working on arting in general, I'll pick up skills without really realizing how much better I've gotten at them. It takes someone else to come in and go, hey, shit, you did this one thing really well, for me to really grasp and understand it, which is one of the reasons that we do the Storm Report here on the stream, which, Heather, I don't know if you share or how much you share your art, but if you're interested in sharing some of it with us, in having us take a look at some of it. We would absolutely love to see some of your creativity and artwork. It's real easy to do. All you got to do is pop over to the Thunderhead Studio Discord, jump into the channel marked The Storm Report, and post up to 2 images that you'd like to share with us, and at the end of the stream, we'll take a look at them. I like to see what people are working on. I'm going to keep up to date on the community, as well as I'm able. And thank you so much for getting that link up there, Crossbow Roof. I apologize if I'm a little low energy today, guys. I am a little low energy today. I have been for a little while. I think it's just spring. Oh, spring is so depressing. Some people get depressed when winter comes on. I get depressed when spring fires up. Weather is too warm for my cold, icy soul. I agree. I like it when it's cold out. You can always crank up the heat or more accurately, you can always bundle up more. You can always, layer on some fresh blankets, put on another sweater. In the summer when it gets hot, like, you can crank the AC, but at a certain point, you're just lying around naked and it can't get any cooler. Big pain in the ass. That and there's bugs. Ugh, bugs. I hate bugs. The spring always brings the bugs on. Brings them out of their damn little hibernations. Obviously, they're not fully hibernating. They're laying eggs, which then hatch in the spring, which just adds to the grossness of the whole thing, ultimately. Speaking of which, I need to go around and do another spraying. Ugh. Such a pain. We do this guy's little fin paddles. Come over here with another round of highlights, and we're getting pretty close to being able to call these guys done. These are basic units and largely experimental for the paint scheme, so I'm just not going to spend that much time on them. Part of the reason we're doing oils anyway is to speed up our paint jobs, or at least, mine. Rain and thunderstorms are relaxing. Oh, I tend to agree. I really do. You can only get so naked. There's wisdom in that. It really is. I love you from Iraq. I love you from America. How's it going? I mean, disclaimer, I may not actually love you, but in the broad sense, in the, like, goodwill to all men sense, in the I love all people sense, then yes, absolutely. There's a little bit of an asterisk on it, but what are you going to do? How are things? That was the most opinionated stream. Oh my god, if you think I'm the most opinionated, I got a few streams to dump you into, Lady B. How you doing today? My opinions are all pretty harmless and meaningless for the most part, at least the ones that I espouse here on Twitch. Espouse, that's not the right word. It's an inappropriate usage of that word. I like to have fiery opinions about things that don't matter. Because I have fiery opinions about things that do matter, but the problem is those things do matter and I get really upset about them. And I'd rather not, so I try to have fiery opinions about things that don't matter because those are the kind of things that I can let go. At a certain point I can go, yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's very comforting. That's Thunderhead on having no real convictions. Ah. How inspiring. Promulgate? Spout? Spew? I like spout. Let's go with spout. It's the sort of thing I spout. How very neutral of you. Tell my wife I said hello. Alright, get this orange highlight in. Ease it out into something slightly more neutral while still keeping the color overall. I spend much less time wrestling with my paint consistency when I'm using oils than I do when I'm using acrylics, and it really has a strong appeal for me. What turns a man neutral? Is he just born with a heart full of neutrality? I haven't rewatched Futurama in a good long time. Maybe I should do that. It's a great show. I can rewatch all of it except the episode with his dog. You know the episode I'm talking about. I, like, genuinely fucking cry during that episode, so I just have to avoid it. I just have to avoid it. Yeah, it's terrible. Like, it's a great episode, it's well written, that's kind of the problem. If it was just bullshit, like, it wouldn't affect me the way that it does. Yeah, I skip that one. Like, it is a great episode, and I skip it. I can't deal with it, chat. I can't. The world is harsh enough on its own. I'm gonna hurt that much, I'm gonna do it to myself. That's what Oprah calls empowerment. Really? I Am Legend, the Will Smith movie? That gets you? Interesting. What part? I think I laugh a lot during that movie, which is why I'm curious what part of it affects you. Don't get me wrong, I love the story I Am Legend. I'm a big Richard Matheson fan. And the original ending of that movie, the one that they included, like the extended cut on the DVD, was so much better and closer to the book than what they did in the theatrical cut of the film. I'm gonna assume it's that original ending that gets you, because it's fairly powerful. Or do you mean the dog? Oh, the part with the dog. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, I get that. Yeah, I care way more about the dog than the people. People are pretty overrated. I try not to make links a regular thing, Necrobob, but I will allow it in this case. Bit of just pure white rather than mixing it on my palette here. That's a habit that is difficult to break, as I'm used to mixing my colors on my palette as opposed to just using the colors and then blending them on the Mini. I think there's room for both in this painting style. Just gotta figure out which I want to do and when. Go. Pick out them little teeths. Oh, you're cute. Nerds with opinions that think their opinions matter. That doesn't sound like me at all. How you doing, CSNator Rio? People, yeah. I think I read your message and didn't realize it was you saying it. How you doing, Rio? Gus Schultz, good to see ya. Hope you're having a good day. How's the Filth Night coming along? The Beelzebub Night. That should do. You did a weird thing. Uh-oh. Did you do anything special with priming these guys like a zenithal? Yeah, I did do a zenithal on these, lore friendly. I do a zenithal prime on almost everything that I paint. Sometimes I won't use the zenithal in the final paint job. It'll just be like, it helps me kind of think my way through how I'm going to approach the mini. Helps me see the details more clearly. Alright, on to the next guy. Bought cheap instant ramen because I missed the dude, I fucking love cheap instant ramen. Like, I know that it gets a bad rap for being cheap and instant, and I know that people are like, oh, I ate that forever when I was in college because I didn't have any money, and now all I eat is filet mignon. Fuck those people. Cheap instant ramen is delicious at the right time. I wouldn't, like, it's bad if it's all you have to eat. Okay, fair enough. It's not particularly nutritious or great for you. It's loaded with sodium. But every now and then, man, fuck yeah, I'm all about just toss some hot water in there. Get a handful of, like, the dried vegetables, you know? Add that in. Used in the past for poor man's spaghetti. Yeah, that'll do. Don't be jealous of all my mignon. Yeah, that's right. Get in on that Kickstarter so Rick can eat more filet mignon. That seems like a... that would make for a fantastic marketing campaign, man. I bring this Kickstarter to you today. I am once again asking you for more filet mignon. Make like a YouTube video, you know, a very honest request for delicious meats. Shit, I'd fund it. Deckard VS, how you doing, man? Wife and I'll take the bag and break it into pieces and eat it. Hell yeah, man. Toss like a slice of cheese on top of there, you know? Pop it in the microwave. A little bit of water. That's the business right there is what that is. Deckard VS, could we get a shout out? By the way, pretty please for Deckard, a pretty fantastic streamer and digital artist. Strongly recommend you guys head on over to that channel and drop the man a follow. Very welcoming community, very active, really, really excellent stream overall. I have a lot of fun hanging out over there, and I think you will too. After all, follows are free. And I always like to frame things in the case of the worst case scenario. It just kind of helps me make my decisions, but I'll tell you what, worst case scenario. You go over and you hang out in Deckard's stream and you're like, this guy is too funny, this guy is too charismatic, I can't stand it. And you unfollow, and you know, everybody's a little bit sad, but we move on eventually. And you find somebody who's a little less likable than old Deckard, because sometimes he can be, you know, be a little too much. You can find yourself having a little too much fun. Whoever said that's not a thing? You see that, chat? You see how I just squeezed the subscription out of him, like rolling up a tube of toothpaste. Deckard, thank you so much for the sub, man. I really appreciate it. Thunderhead's pro streaming skills. Watch as he milks his audience for every penny they're worth. How you doing today, man? I'm not kidding. Go give the man a follow. He's got a great stream.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers,
I do.
Sexy Solaris cheerleaders?
I like all of these things.
Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Does it really?
And more.
And more? What are we gonna multi-stream, Caddick? You just threw that idea out there, and now you've gotta bring it to fruition. You gotta bring it together. You can't just go taunting people like that. Inquiring minds desperately want to know. Hell yeah, man, I appreciate the lurk. Always a pleasure to see you in chat, Deckard. You have a fantastic dinner, my friend, and thank you so much for the lurk. I love my lurkers. I love my lurkers. I don't know who they are because they're lurking, but I love them anyway. Did you just yell the phrase fish sauce, Roland, or is that in reference to something? What did I miss? Oh, these are things that we put in cheap ramen. Oh, that makes way more sense. I'm sitting here and I look up and I'm like having a totally different conversation and I just see Roland going, fish sauce! Like he just runs into a room and yells it out or something. Hell of an icebreaker. Kind of like when the Tick was trying to come up with a battle cry, you know? Has to be something evocative, like... Spoon! I'm sad that the Tick live-action show got canceled. I really am. I thought it was pretty funny. I hear that it costs like $1 million an episode to make, though, and that's obscene. It was not $1 million an episode funny. It was funny. But it wasn't $1 million an episode funny. That's crazy money. I would have thought that would be more obvious to the showrunners, too. Like, maybe don't make a show that costs an obscene quantity of money that has a questionable fan base. But they did. Allegedly. I guess I don't know how true that is. I read it someplace. We're gonna play You Don't Know Jack? Is that what I'm getting from this? I love that game. I don't think I've played that game since the mid-90s, but I love it. I definitely still have a lot to learn as far as using oil paints go, and I'm kind of playing with the consistency as I go and getting somewhat uneven results, but this is why we started off with these basic little monster bros. They can be a little inconsistent, and I'm not gonna feel too bad about it. I really do feel like edge highlighting is easier with oil paint. It tends not to flow as... What's the phrase I'm looking for here? It just goes down very, very smoothly, which I guess is kind of redundant to say, because that's sort of the whole point. But in this particular application, I'm noticing that it actually, it works very nicely. Saw somebody saying the other day that they weren't sure about doing edge highlighting with oil paints, and I just gotta say, I think it's easier than edge highlighting with acrylics. Alright, wipe this off a little bit. A little bit of blending where I'm a little chunkier in here. These are oils. There's no reason for it to be chunky. We can just blend that right out. Real nice and easy. You know, unless you want kind of an abrupt transition, which that can be a stylistic choice too. Fish sauce, Worcestershire, gochujang. Dude, dried mushroom powder is fucking amazing. Dried mushroom powder just in general is a fantastic seasoning. Very consistency dependent. Yeah, but I feel like it's easier to maintain that control for the most part. Oh, Coral, thank you so much for the reminder. Ugh. Have a little bit of water. Yeah, they're biological, so having a little bit of variation doesn't hurt either. But that's probably more logic than I really need to apply to the whole process. They're just little monster bros. A little bit more white. I want a little bit of a starker highlight than what I've got here so far. Wipe some of that off. I don't find myself wrestling as much with the consistency of these paints as I'll often wrestle with the consistency of acrylics, though. And, you know, maybe that's just luck so far. As we continue to work, I'm sure we'll find out. We'll run into problems, we always do. Holy moly. Tispel Jane. How you doing, Jane? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to our experimentations in oil painting miniatures. Going so far so good. Hope you're having a good day. Now, beardrate. That's not a word. I should have... I should have a special command for that, where Andy Bernard pops up and just goes, beer me. I just like to say beer me for everything, you know? Yeah, it's pretty great. Gets a laugh like 10% of the time. Let's clean our brush off a little bit here and pull some of these white spirits out on the paper towel. There's one thing you can do is if you get too many white spirits on the brush, that's when you can start to run into some consistency issues. I am noting. But you don't have to be as careful with oils, because you know, as noted, you can do most of your blending on the model itself. So if you're using like a white for a highlight, oil paints are naturally very translucent. So like if I'm just jumping right up to white at this point for my highlights, it's not as stark as you might think. And even if it is, you can blend it down real easy. Just by adding a touch of your original base color. You can do that right there on the brush too, which is pretty cool. I'm just trying to decide what step I'm calling these guys done on so that I can polish off the rest of this squad. I think we're close. A little bit of freehand on them, but that's going to wait. I want to get to work base coating the big monster. The big monster. Actually, you know what? That's something that I should do before I continue on this. Set the ones I'm working on next to the right, the ones I'm working on now to the left, and let me go ahead and pre-glaze the big monster, because I'm going to have to wait a little bit on that. We did sap green, as I recall, for our base. We went sap green for the pre-glaze, and then French ultramarine followed by cobalt blue to get up to our blue-green. Oh, let me mix this just a wee little bit more. I do love that paint mixer. I'll make a shade of green and name it Seth. Oh, Seth Green. Oh, yeah, okay. Is it weird that when you say Seth, the first Seth I thought of was a live-action video character from a fucking 90s real-time strategy game that was only in like 3 videos before he got shot in the fucking head by Kane? You know the one I'm talking about. Somehow that was the first Seth that I thought of, though. I was thinking, God to Kane to Seth? Wait, what? Seth Green is a much shorter leap of logic and makes a lot more sense, though. We're going to be wiping most of this off, so I don't need to worry too much about consistency. We're just looking to stain the primer coat here. He's gonna wobble around a little bit because he's joined to this thing by paper clips and this little cork, and he just has a tendency to boing, kind of spring around on that. But don't worry too much. It's just gonna accentuate every single shake in my hand to the point of ridiculousness, which I'm just gonna have to grip it a little tighter. Might make me rethink the way my mech is joined to the paint grip, though, if it's going to be slinging around this much. Not as big a deal for this guy with all his organic shapes. Just doesn't need to be that precise. But for the mech, I might change it. God to Cain to Seth. So many Monpoc minis to paint. Edifo, this is one where so far I've successfully been like, I'm not gonna buy any more until I've painted my basic starter set. I'm doing my best to restrain my natural urge to buy all the damn models for things. I understand that plight. And I'm hoping that the oils are actually gonna make the paint jobs go a little bit faster than they normally do with my acrylics. Once I get more used to them anyway. And I'm really just slopping this on here. Because again, this oil is it's not going to dry. It's not. All I'm really doing here is layering this oil on so that it will stain my primer coat sufficiently. And I know they like to say, like, oh, it's an oil paint, so you're not base coating. Oh, base coat, dirt. It's base coating, though. I said this last time. It totally is. It's the same damn thing. The mechanics of it are slightly different, but it's the same concept in terms of how you apply color to a model. It's a little bit different in that this base coat I'm going to be putting translucent paints over, and so the color of the base coat is going to be influencing everything that goes over top of it. It's a little different in that I'm applying more of a stain than an actual layer, and I guess that's probably the clearest distinction you could draw, is I'm not putting down a layer of paint that's going to remain. I'm putting down a big glorbulous glorbotron of paint that is just going to stain the surface beneath it. And then mostly be removed. Need a little bit more sap green. Hey, Sumitha, good to see you. Grab some games since you're local. We play the same stuff. Monpoc, Marvel, Infinity. Infinity is the only one that we don't match up on. I'll tell you what, though. Monpoc and MCP, absolutely, and I'll be more than happy. I will be more than happy to...
You can just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere.
Glorbing with a
purpose. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Glorbing with a purpose. I'll be more than happy to drag you into another Privateer Press game and get you playing some Warcaster. Good news on that front. I probably own all the models that we need
Thunderhead Street,
for two people to
you
paint.
You may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely.
Doesn't
Come
count,
on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Not when I'm intentionally off camera, come on. But yeah, I mean, as of tomorrow, my vaccine has officially completely kicked in, so I'm actually...
Welcome back
looking to get out
Shades
and play
Cold
some
Gray.
games.
Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me, across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush. Alight with disappointment. Again, we haven't quite established what that means yet, but it doesn't sound good. The other thing this pre-glaze is doing is establishing a very, very thin layer of oil over the entire surface of the Mini, so that when you then apply more oil over top of it, you're blending into a pre-existing glazed surface and not just laying paint down on acrylic. You're sort of establishing a medium that you're then going to be painting within.
try to go for 50 Shades 3. We don't do that here. There is no 50 Shades Chapter 3. It never happened. We do not speak of it.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
What's the paint range I'm using? Edifo, these are Winton, these are Winsor and Newton Winton oil colors. Using Monpoc as my testing ground for oil painting. I've been a member of the Cult of Acrylic for most of my life. I still haven't turned in my membership card. I still know the secret handshake. But, you know, still looking to expand my abilities, my toolbox. A wee little bit. Mike Land 96, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good day. Really kind of going through the sap green here. Go. All the while not putting oil paints in our mouth. As tempting as it may be. Literally never attempted to put my brush in my mouth ever over the entire course of my painting career, and then I get to this point and I'm like, I want to do it. I want to do the thing. Now that it's toxic, I'm suddenly tempted. Just, you know, whatever that means. Note that one for my therapist. Might give you superpowers, or kill you. One of these two things is vastly more likely, based on our thorough understanding of the toxic compounds therein, the proxy. I like where your head's at, and I appreciate the mentality of anything could happen. It's kind of refreshing, but probably just kill me. Or more realistically, deliver unto me health problems that will make my life very uncomfortable for some time. And I like being comfortable, so I'm going to avoid that. What if the superpower was dying? That's a terrible superpower. That's awful. Nobody ever wrote a comic about Deathman. He can fucking die in a single bound. He'll fall over dead at the slightest provocation. Watch his non-death-defying antics as he fucking dies right in front of your faces. Beware, evildoers. I have not read Super God B Proxy. I can't say that I have. And Deadman doesn't count because Deadman's power is that he's not really dead despite being dead. And he can possess people. Deadman's really just a ghost. With a silly name. There's more flesh on his neck and his arm to get. Okay, let's keep going. That was Kenny's power. I thought, well, no. Kenny's power was that he could somehow die every week and then be alive the next week to die again. And I would still not really think of that as much of a power. And also, no one would remember that he had died the previous week for whatever reason. And if I was going to be any South Park character, I'd be Randy Marsh, so, you know. Or Steamy Ray Vaughan, as he is sometimes known. Yes. As a matter of fact, many people don't know this, but he's also known as Lord. Yeah. I am Lord. Yeah. Feeling good on a Wednesday. Or whatever the fuck that song was. Oh, that shit was ridiculous. Hey, Stila Rebel, how you doing? Can we get a shout out, by the way? Pretty please. For the one, the only, thank God, Stila Rebel. Another very, very talented miniature painter who works primarily, if not exclusively, in oils. Who has recently been trying to entice me into a multi-stream for, I believe, the sole purpose of humiliating me live. I think that's kind of what she's into. Help me unload the car. No. I have been pushed into many things by you, Stila, but unloading the car is where I draw the line. Woman, you will unload the car on your own. You go get your meaty, savory Uncrustables and put them in your own damn cabinets. God, maybe I should have painted his head separately. I don't know. See what I mean, chat? Bullion. WJ, you have a fantastic night, man. Good luck with the update. Hopefully no problems crop up. It is always good to see you in chat, and thanks for hanging out, bro. Oh, is that Lord? Again, I thought that was Steamy Ray Vaughan. Gotta be careful here. So I don't want this cork to fall out because I'm not paying attention and I invert my model. Could theoretically happen. The cork holds pretty well until it's absolutely, completely upside down, and then naturally less so. I can really get a sponge in there, so I want to take it kinda easy. Getting too deep in there. Maybe just leave a nice deep shadow. That never hurts. I think that's all the fleshy areas. Now I want to come in with some burnt umber and hit all the claw areas. I did burnt umber last time, right? Did I do burnt sienna? I think I did burnt sienna. I'm pretty sure I did burnt sienna, so that's what I'm going to do again this time. Yes, Romeo Void, that is the plan. I hear they're the same guy, Stila. Weird, I know. I'm pretty sure it was burnt sienna. And even if it isn't, you know what? I'll live. It's about to be anyway. Oh, it's going pretty well, Stila. Moving on from the smaller models up to the larger and having a pretty good time of it. The little bit of prep work that I finally got around to doing, bottling up the oils and using the disposable palette, has made a huge difference in my overall approach. And, yeah, I'm liking it. I'm liking how it's working. Just gonna keep on practicing. I want to do some more hard surface models. Once I get, obviously once I get these ones done, I'm gonna be doing some tanks and a big robot, so I think that'll be a nice kind of change of pace. All things considered, sticks and figures, holy shit. Every now and then, you get raided by somebody that you don't necessarily know or follow. Sticks and figures. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hang on. Let me check this guy out. Let me check out Sticks and Figures, see what's going on over here. There's Sticks and Figures lurking in the darkness. Well, it just got a whole lot more sinister, didn't it? Let's see. What were we doing? Working on some art. It looks like... What? No, don't just show me myself back to myself. That's not what I want, Twitch. What are you doing to me? Stop it. Stop it. Looks like some 3D design. 3D design or digital art? Let me see. Oh my god, there's a bunny. Oh yeah, doing some digital art, it looks like. I'll go ahead and drop a follow there. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio, where we're slapping oil on some goofy monster models. Let me get back to my chat screen here. Pro streamer, everyone, stand back. Yeah, seriously, bring me some fucking coffee, Stila, because I need it, like, desperately. I'm so low energy today, it's kind of crazy. Oh, man, oh man. Have a glorb-tastic night. You taking off, oh Coral? Well, it's always good to see you, man. I hope you have a good one. Sticks and Figures only got a chance to just glance at the stream you were doing there. I hope you have had a good one. I hope that everything went well. If you have anything you'd like to share, any art that you completed tonight or previously, or just wanna, just wanna shove some of your arting in our faces, we always love it when people want to do that. You can drop it over on the Discord. We do a bit on the stream every single time at the end of the night called the Storm Report, where we do kind of a community spotlight on what we've all been working on. If you go over there into the channel marked Storm Report and drop a few pictures, we'll take a look at them, and I'd really love to see it. Well, thank you so much for saying so, B-Boy Pokemon Master. We, oil painting is something I'm fairly new to, so we're just kind of making it up as we go. Oh, Coral, have a good night, man. Heretic Scott, how you doing, man? I didn't see you there. You snuck in. Stila Rebel was sucking all the oxygen out of the room. Yeah, Bunny likes... Yeah, I saw the bunny. The bunny won me over almost instantaneously, but I suspect it has that tendency. Can't even fault you. It's an adorable bunny. What? What? That doesn't sound like me, Chaotic Carmen. It doesn't sound like me at all. I'm a nice man with happy feelings all of the time. Does tend to steal the show, and most people are there for him. That's why I try to keep my dog off the stream, because she takes all the attention off of me, and I'm hopelessly vain. So we just can't have that at the end of the day. You know what these arms remind me of? These big crazy, like, look how they're curved in like this, and then they have these two little funny thumbs on either side. You know what they remind me of? Do you guys remember the tentacles from Half-Life 1? I guess they were in Half-Life 2 also a little bit. But it's like the same freaking design. Busy few weeks, can finally get back to hobbying. I'm glad to hear it, Heretic Scott. You do some fine work. Did a big old purge of the hobby area. Got some of those Hobby Zone modular storage units. I'm not familiar with those, but I'd love to see them. Storage porn is definitely a thing. And it's a thing that I get down with. Reorganizing my office and hobby space is almost more fun than actually using it sometimes. Almost. Not totally. Not all the time. First time I've seen someone painting some of these models. How you doing, Heresy Killer? Another streamer! Let's go ahead and get a shout out for Heresy Killer. Very, very talented. And thank you for saying so. But wait, what am... Alright, I just said that phrase entirely on autopilot and it wasn't even responding to anything, and I'm just gonna own that because you didn't say anything that would warrant that response. What I meant to say was, yeah, they're pretty cool. You guys, you know how that goes. Particularly when you're streaming, there's just like some phrases that are your go-to, but I'm sure many of you have experienced this just like on the street, you know? Someone is like walking by and they'll be like, oh, nice day today, and you'll be like, yeah, great, how are you? It's just completely an inappropriate response to what they said, but you're programmed to respond. Mindlessly. Ooh, look at him. He's just oozing humility, guys. Oozing it. I'll definitely go give Heresy Killer a follow, though. Very talented streamer, very talented artist. Good Instagram. Oh, hey, how are you? Nothing much. Yeah. I do that far too often. Like, shit, I have to actually think about what I'm saying sometimes. Oh, God. Life is pain. Yeah, you too. How you doing today, Hamburg Tech? Yeah, top of the morning to you. Thankfully, I only say that on St. Patrick's Day, so I don't run into that one too much. And, you know, I do it with the Lucky Charms accent and everything. Because I'm a pretty culturally sensitive guy, you know? And obviously that's what Irish people say and sound like. Hey, how you doing, White Wolf? Painting a big dropship while watching the stream? What kind of... What kind of dropship? What dropship you painting over there, buddy? Buddy. as I just sort of turn into Pauly Shore. Has anyone seen that movie, Pauly Shore is Dead? It's a terrible movie. And now I'm struggling to think of the name of the actor that I was about to relate something about. Ooh, you're painting the Borealis? Ooh, 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 ooh. That's exciting. Got any more of these guys for this game, Heresy Killer? Yeah, I've been working on the Belchers, and this is actually the color scheme that this big guy is going to wind up in. So I've done these guys here. And once those are done, I'm going to be laying into the Guard, which these are the bases for the tanks for them. And then they have the, what is he, Defender X, Guardian X, whatever he's called, the main monster for Guard. I think it's Defender X. Big ol' rocket-powered mecha. Tom Sizemore. Yes, okay, so the movie Pauly Shore is Dead is a terrible, terrible film, and no one should watch it under almost any circumstances. One of the circumstances in which you should watch part of it is for the one joke in the movie that is genuinely really funny, where Tom Sizemore is hanging out at a party, and he's hitting on some young chicks who seem to just have no idea who he is, because he's Tom Sizemore. And, one of the girls says to him, she's like, "Aren't you that really creepy guy who's in all those movies?" And Tom Sizemore just goes, "No, you're thinking of Michael Madsen." Oh, that joke is like, that makes the whole movie worthwhile. No, you're thinking of Michael Madsen. And he's right. Everything else in that movie is terrible. Everything else. It's literally a movie about Pauly Shore faking his own death in order to gain some of his notoriety back, because he figures the only way people will notice him again is if he dies. Because that's when celebrities get popular. It's a terrible plot, and it's a terrible movie, and it's ironically, like, not even that would make people give a shit about Pauly Shore again, I don't think. Don't get me wrong, I love classic Pauly Shore movies. I even enjoy his awful, awful shtick, but he has not grown or changed even a little bit past Biodome. Which is fundamentally why no one fucking cares. Post a link to the Hobby Zone site in Discord. Yeah, please do. I'd love to see it. Yeah, but Encino Man, he was just doing the same thing he did in Biodome. Like, that's not growth. That doesn't count. I see big green monstrosities. You're right, Ion Raptor. You're right. And actually, it's funny that you're here. I was just thinking about, I'm going to be using your A Billion Sun ships as my hard surface testers for oil painting. And I'm going to go ahead and do a pre-glaze on some of your fighters and one of your gunships here in a few minutes. The same thing I'm doing to this guy, except I'm going to be using some more vibrant colors. Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Ion Raptor, a very, very talented artist who has started streaming right here on Twitch, who you should be following if you enjoy digital or 3D art. Works on a lot of hard surface stuff, mecha, spaceships, all the good ones, all the hits, all the favorites. The other thing about them is they come with magnets that are interchangeable, so you can mix and match pieces depending on what modules you buy. Oh, that's a good idea. Son-in-Law was a good movie, but it's the same old Pauly Shore. Heresy Killer, here's the thing. I love Son-in-Law. I unironically watch that movie at least once a year because I really, really enjoy it. But I hesitate to say it is a good movie. It's an enjoyable movie, yes. It's a fun movie, absolutely. Is it a good movie, though? I struggle with that one. Just a wee little bit. Carbonic Acid. With the 12 months of subscribing, Carbonic Acid, thank you so much for your support, man. It absolutely means the world. I hope you're having a good day. I might stop short of pre-glazing in here. Oh no, I can pre-glaze. I'm just going to want to lay in blue to the deep parts before I come back over it, that's all. You know, oil paints can always be moved around. They're surprisingly forgiving. So let's just forge ahead, shall we? I need to pick up like a fluorescent blue, because all I'm doing right now is desaturating my blues when I try to do glow effects. That's not great. Got some good lines to reference to? Dude, fuck yeah. Son-in-Law is funny as hell. Even as I say that, I feel like I might be overselling Son-in-Law, actually. But I do enjoy it. That's what matters. It's essentially every other movie that Pauly Shore made. And it's not that the shtick wasn't funny, it obviously was. I enjoy In the Army Now. The one they did with Andy Dick. That movie's also quite funny and surprisingly quotable. It's just that he never did anything else. He did a bunch of movies, they were all the same movie, and we were all like, oh, okay, that's enough. That's enough, Pauly, thanks. Thanks for coming out. Started watching Black Lagoon. What's Black Lagoon? Should I know what that... Like the creature from the Black Lagoon? That's always good to see in chat, Carbonic Acid. Thanks for finding the time, man. 897 more months till they let me be a Storm Chaser in Storm Chasers 2 Magnetic Hex Tech Armageddon. The mechs will be building themselves by then. I'll be printing an atlas that has a 3D printer in it. Nano Tanks with that Prime sub coming up on 12 months. I really, I know I've said this before, but I can't overemphasize how much it means to see those numbers hitting 12 and 15 months. This whole thing has been such an experience, and so many of you have been with me for, the entire thing. I really, really do appreciate you guys' support through all of this, and I'm glad that what limited shtick I have has not grown so tiresome yet that you've decided to unsub. So thank you guys so much, really. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being here. Thank you mostly for hanging out in chat, for sharing your time and your art and your humor with all of us here. Yeah, the coverage really is nice. I mean, this is the nice thing about oil paints, is, they're oils, and they stick to fucking everything. You're gonna have a much greater challenge getting them to come off once you've put them down than you ever will have with getting them to cover even odd shapes. And to their credit also, once they dry like nearly indestructible, which is pretty cool. I say nearly because they're not truly indestructible, obviously. That would be crazy. If that were the case, we'd be painting all of our tanks with oil paint and calling it a day. A salaryman gets kidnapped by pirates rolling in a World War II PT boat and winds up joining them in Black Lagoon. I've never heard of that. It's a Square. Interesting. Old school anime, very gritty, in some ways similar to Cowboy Bebop. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. I've literally never heard of it before now. Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true. You say Black Lagoon and you say it's an anime, and I can remember now seeing, like, the cover for it. But I never looked at it. I had no way of knowing what it was about. There. Oof, there's a lot of surface area on this big boy. And he is a kaiju after all, but still, damn. Oh, Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh. Sit up straight. Oh, my back just popped. That's a good sign, right? Probably not. Nope. I'll do the old double hydration here. I've been rewatching, I say rewatching, I never actually finished watching it. I think I've seen the first 5 episodes, I don't know how many times, but never the full series. Ultraman Towards the Future, which is an interesting live-action Ultraman show that was produced by Japanese production, Japanese producers, but then a production company that was in Australia. It's done with a bunch of Australian actors, and it's performed in English. And it's all live action. It's very, very accessible Ultraman, because it's kind of like baseline Ultraman story without any of the extended stuff that they later would do in the various Ultraman shows. And it never aired in Australia, apparently. It made it back to Japan, and it aired there, and it aired in a few other countries, but it never aired on the network in Australia that produced it, which I thought was kind of odd. Never heard of it, really. It's on YouTube if you feel like checking it out. Ultraman Towards the Future. And it's funny because it's a bunch of Australian and English actors performing Japanese written dialogue in English with Japanese subtitles. It is just as corny as any Super Sentai you've ever seen. There's just a bunch of actors delivering these lines who look a little bit uncomfortable because they're like, nobody talks this way. That's what the script says. Okay, read it. Still getting paid, right? Okay, sweet. Yeah, I'll say that. A touch bit more. Yeah. Pre-glaze seems to use up more raw paint than anything else. Well, maybe I should be applying it thinner, and maybe this is a lesson we can take away from this. Add a tiny bit more white spirits and don't waste so much. TV networks are pretty timid when it comes to content. And yet, Australia produced the show Danger 5, which is one of the most insane television shows ever made on the planet Earth at any time, anywhere, by anyone. Though, to be fair, that was fairly recent. Like in the last few years. It was done by one of the government film commissions here, so it won't necessarily be shown. Oh, okay. Good time to be right back and refill my gallon water jug. Project Dark, why are you waiting? What are you waiting on? Go refill your damn water. You don't have to wait for anything here. You would think that I pay Project Dark Fox, but I don't. Way too devoted. Get yourself some water, for the love of God. Watching for bots. I'll handle any bots. I promise you I can handle any bots that come along in the time that it takes you to go get water. Yeah, Farscape. Yeah, good point. Oh, Farscape. I do love that show so much. That's another one I need to rewatch. At least up until the point that Crichton splits into two people and Scorpius starts wearing a Hawaiian shirt. It does fall apart a little bit at that point, though it still has endearing moments.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy.
It is.
Bonus points if it's white paint.
God, every single time that one plays, I cringe a little bit. I don't write these, I just allow them to be played on my channel, I swear.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray.
Oh, God.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Alright, I do like that one. I can only pretend to be mature for so long. It all comes tumbling down. Head Scorpion. Yeah, he gave him a name. I don't remember what it is now. It was something silly. He called him Toby, or... no, it wasn't Toby. But yeah, it was a little nickname that he gave him. Harvey, thank you so much. Oh yeah, Harvey, because of the movie Harvey, where he has the imaginary friend that he talked. Of course he was called Harvey. God, I feel stupid for not remembering that. The invisible rabbit that he talks to. Who is also weirdly real. Because at one point he's like, "Oh, you're like Harvey." And that becomes the name. I watch movies, I swear, sometimes. Occasionally, I even remember what's in them. Do some blue in there, so I'm going to leave it blank. These I'll go ahead and smear a little bit of sienna into. Oh, if I need to do any further pre-glazing, I think I'm probably good for the moment. I guess I could just swish my damn brush in my paint water completely unconsciously. That was the wrong receptacle. Oh well. It's just water. It won't have had any effect. It's just funny, that's all. I'm gonna go ahead and use a little bit of French ultramarine on these other spots. Guardians of the Galaxy is pretty much Marvel's Farscape movie. It does have a similar attitude to it, and Star-Lord has many similarities to John Crichton. You're not wrong. Farscape is a great show. I would say it's underappreciated, but a lot of people do know about it. I wish that it had become bigger than it had, but at the same time, if it had become bigger than it had, it might have gotten diluted and weird and turned kind of lame, so maybe it was just right. And of course, Moya. I think Moya and Pilot wound up being two of my favorite characters. I think that's probably true for a lot of us. Did not expect to like Pilot in the beginning as much as I wound up liking him. If only Sci-Fi Channel had given it serious resources. I'm less convinced these days that that would have made it any better. Series that get too much notoriety, too much popularity, too much money, something always goes wrong. There's a charm to when it's kind of low budge and being made on a shoestring out of mostly creativity and not so much just throwing money at the problem. I'm not saying they couldn't have used more money, but God only knows what would have ultimately happened. Rigel. Good old Rigel. I know a guy who reminds me of Rigel, though I think we probably all do on some level. Not because his piss was flammable, no. Though I do know a guy like that, too. Yeah, relatively speaking, it had a big budget. You look at the sets that they made, everything that they did for Inside of Moya, all the props that they made, all the ships that they made in general, the interior of the Peacekeeper ships. I mean, they had, Henson Studios on board. They got just a bunch of Muppets. Rigel and Pilot were both Muppets. If anything, I feel like it was their creativity and idea. I feel like by the end, Farscape had started to outstrip its creativity with its budget. They ran out of ideas for places to take the story past a point when the story probably should have wrapped up, and then you wound up with, like, the Peacekeeper Wars and... Too much of a good thing is a very, very real problem. Pilot was amazing. Still one of my favorite Henson puppets. It would have been Brian Henson at that point, wouldn't it? I never got all the way to the end of the various Stargate shows. I was never really that into Stargate SG-1. It's only fairly recently that I went back and rewatched it and sort of appreciated everything that it was doing and bringing to the table. And I still haven't gotten into, like, Stargate Atlantis, Stargate Universe, stuff like that. Hathaway keeps bothering me to do it. I know that it had a pretty major fan following. But these are, I think, two different classes of show. Stargate SG-1 strikes me as more in, like, the Sam Raimi, you know, Hercules, the Legendary Journey quality of show. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I enjoy that, too. It's just a very particular brand of corny and low budge. Atlantis was proper fun. Yeah, I never got into watching Atlantis. I guess I still could. We do live in the modern era when every single show in the universe is one fucking click away. Don't have much of an excuse. Doesn't mean I won't make one, though. This guy sit for just a minute, and then I'm going to come back in with a sponge. He's going to need more work before he's really ready, but that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and throw down some pre-glaze on these Ion Raptor ships. Why not? We got some time. Not that one. That one's primer job came out funny. Ah!
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Everything's fine. I just knocked over some bottles that were closed. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's good. I just screamed into the microphone at you, that's all. Nothing broke. Not because you say so, White Wolf, but because I want to. Look away for 1 minute. One single solitary second. I guess you're not allowed to leave anymore, Project Dark Fox. I guess that's where we're at. So I'm going to try some of this dioxazine purple that I've got here. Have not used this yet. If I tried Pilsner or Kel, I have not, Roland. I'm not familiar with that. Oh, nope, don't touch my face with the oily glove. For those of you who don't know, these are some sculpts that our very own Ion Raptor has done. Intended to be used for the somewhat setting-agnostic game A Billion Suns, published by Osprey. I'm just going to glaze the whole damn thing purple because it's going to wind up being purple when we're done. These are his bomber craft. He did a really, really quite nice job on these. He has everything from scouts all the way up through battleships and carriers at this point. He was kind enough to hook me up with some of the early files. A Czech import, interesting. Hamburg Dak, I agree. I love purple, it's my favorite color. Broadly speaking, insofar as one can have a favorite color when all of them are so useful. Link, please, Romeo Void. I do not believe that these are fully available yet. But if you are curious about acquiring them when they are fully released, Ion Raptor has a channel over on the Thunderhead Studio Discord where he posts updates, and he also streams right here on Twitch. I would give him a follow on both if you're looking to print some of these yourself. He's not quite done with them. These are sort of like an early release that he was kind enough to send to me. He posts regular updates over on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. He has his own artist channel. That's a good place to follow. Ion Raptor, that is correct. The very same one right there. Looking forward to seeing some paint on these. Yeah. And go over to his Twitch channel there, Romeo Void, and give him a follow. Because he does a lot of the work on these live on Twitch. A man much braver than I have not yet found the intestinal fortitude to live stream 3D design. I'm very self-conscious about my work. Which is ironic, because I think I'm better at that than I am at painting, but, you know, we won't worry too much about that. So that, I'm going to do one of the gunships here. I have one of Ion Raptor's cruisers that it needs to go on the print plate. I just finished adding the peg holes to it for the stand I developed, which is a 5-point stand, by the way, Ion Raptor, and I'll send back the modified version of it if you're interested. It's big, though. It is. I like that you didn't use a sliding scale for your ship scales, because it's fucking huge. It takes up, like, the whole print plate of the Elegoo Mars. It's madness. And I love it, because everything is properly in scale. And it was never really a complaint that I had about Star Wars Armada, that they use the sliding scale for ships, but, you know, it's weird having fighters be kind of giant next to cruisers. Though, with the scales they had established in the Star Wars universe, I don't know what else they could possibly have done. Because Star Destroyers are unreasonably gigantic. They're bigger than starships really need to be. They're certainly bigger than destroyers need. They're not even Star Cruisers, they're Star Destroyers. And they're basically battleships. I think these would all scale up pretty well, too, if you wanted to print them at a larger scale. Leave the cockpit unglazed. You'll get some purple on it anyway when I go to wipe this off. No reason to encourage it too much. Clean my brush a little bit here. Does the Imperial Navy really conform to wet water Navy classifications generally? No, which is kind of what always made the name of it strange. Because as a kid you hear Star Destroyer and you're like, you hear Star Destroyer and Death Star and you're like, I guess it destroys stars, but that's what the Death... But then it's the... Wait, what? How does the... Huh? Whatever, it sounds cool. The logic begins and ends with "it sounds cool." Got some of my makeup sponges here. It's not a Star-class destroyer; it's a Star Destroyer. Yeah, one word. No pause. Could I theoretically print Eve ships for this Billion Suns game? Yes, Project Dark Fox, you absolutely could. Any ship at all. It is like, it has its own setting, sort of, arguably, but really, it's setting agnostic like most Osprey published games are. Riffcan, good to see you. How are things? I need a bigger pair of scissors. Hang on one second. I got these little snippers, but I need a proper pair of scissors. I'll be right back. So, yeah, you can say that A Billion Suns is about corporate warfare in space, and if you read the story in the book and the scenarios, yeah, it is, but also it's kind of just like, you know, put whatever fucking ships you want in there and pretend it's happening for whatever reason you decide. You don't really have to pay any attention to that. I'm just cutting these makeup sponges into smaller pieces so that we can use them to wipe this glaze off of our kaiju and our ships here. And while I'm not going to finish painting them here tonight, I am going to take advantage of this pre-glaze probably a little bit later tonight and tomorrow to start laying down my base colors. And actually, you know what? I'm going to put on another glove for this part. I really don't want to get these oils on my hands. They're a pain in the ass. And, you know, toxic, so. You did. You did, in fact, Stila. Congratulations. You were here to watch me wipe down this big, beefy boy with these wet little sponges. Wait. No, that's all technically accurate. It's just uncomfortable. And really kind of wipe a lot of my pre-glaze together, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to be coloring all these parts anyway. Let's get the majority of the glorp off the surface. How you doing, Stila? Good to see you back around. This is tricky to do on these larger, more complex models with tight little spaces on them. But still not too bad. And if I mix my two tones together a little bit, it really doesn't matter all that much. Still gives me that base to work from. And again, I would note that this technique, like, you could legitimately, if you're aiming for tabletop quality paint jobs, you could legitimately just glaze oil paint onto a zenithal prime job, wipe away the majority of it, and just call it good. Like, it doesn't look bad at all. You generally will do more after that, but if you were just speed painting or mass production painting or something like that, like, that's a decent skin tone right there with decent shading. Yes, so I've seen your little sponges on toothpicks, and that's actually probably a pretty good idea. I'll bear that in mind for the next time I do somebody large like this. Oh man, that sienna really leaves behind a lot of color. More than the sap green does. Does the sponge wiping work and help out with the initial stuff? So my understanding of it, and Steel Rebel, you're here, so feel free to correct any of my misconceptions about this. It is very, very similar to putting down a base coat in terms of acrylic painting. While you're essentially establishing a layer of oil on top of your acrylic primer that becomes a medium into which you are then blending and merging further oils that you put down on the model, and it applies a stain to that same primer. It's establishing your shadows and your base tones that everything else is going to be sort of mixed into. Yeah, exactly. Because, you know, oils and acrylics work differently, and since your primer is generally acrylic, you build a layer of oil on top of that acrylic, and now if I were to put a color into this, there's already some oil to start blending that color into, as opposed to this first layer, which is just oil going down on top of acrylic. So you establish your baseline color and your shadows, and from there, you start blending out the actual paint job. Or, alternatively, like I said, you could just call it good right here, and in most cases, it wouldn't look too bad at all. Now, I think you do want to make sure you've got a good, well-cured primer coat when you're doing this, because I feel like the greatest risk you run as far as damaging the paint has nothing to do with damaging the oil. The oil is going to be fine. The greatest risk you run here is in removing the primer from the base coat, or from the actual plastic. So make sure that you've used a good primer, and make sure that that primer has had time to cure. Holy moly, Tiago Heraldez. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Welcome to my rough experimentation in oil painting. Had more issues with the sponge coming apart and finding bits of sponge in place. Yeah, if you got... I think this one is particularly bad on that one, Drax. Because it's like, I am covered in spikes. And yeah, it wants to catch on the sponge. Plenty. How you doing, Drax? Can we get a shout out? Pretty please. For Drax01, one of the Drax is a staple of the Twitch miniature painting community. Incredibly talented, incredibly helpful, and on so often. I'm always like, it gets to be late at night, and I'm like, who's painting? Oh, Drax is going. Incredibly talented painter. I don't really have much of a problem with these particular sponges coming apart. These are the good, dense, like, makeup application sponges. They tend to want to stay together. I gotta wipe his taint a little bit, guys. I'm sorry. But I don't want to leave a bunch of extra oil paint down there. Look, he's a bioengineered, intergalactic, city-destroying beast, okay? He probably doesn't even have reproductive organs. There's nothing weird about this. Grow up, chat. God. I say that, but in Pacific Rim, the kaiju definitely did have reproductive organs because they were born pregnant. But, yeah, what are you gonna do? Oil paint off the taint. I knew there was a reason I kept you around, Rifkin. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think I'm gonna steal your put it on a toothpick idea for next time, Steela. That's a good idea for some of these spots that are trickier to get to. As long as they take off the majority of the oil, I think it'll be okay. I mean, realistically, like I said, this is already, to me, an acceptable tabletop level paint job if you were going to use oils to do something like that. Throw a quick highlight on here and call it a day. I don't think anybody would even notice. If anything, they'd go, hey, nice blends, man. Oh, she says I can steal it, and that makes stealing it less fun. I wanted to steal from Steela. If Steela says you can steal from Steela, then is it really stealing from Steela? It's more like gifting, and that's not what I'm trying to do here. Alright, he's been decently wiped down. One day, Steela, you won't know when I'll strike, and then the tiny stein will be mine. You'll go to look for it as you stream, and you'll say, where has it gone? Where is my tiny stein? And then I will toast you on my next stream, and you will know. You will know that I am a creepy, obsessive weirdo. Or something like that. Yep. You've been warned. But it won't help you. Because you see, I have realized the truth. I have been paying attention. I know that your true power comes from the Stein. Your Samson-like power originates in the Stein, and it will be mine. Make little Q-tip makeup sponges. That's a good idea. Maybe we should get some of those. Or the toothpick idea. One of the two. Have you played Monpoc? 5280 miniatures. A couple of quick little intro games, yes. And then I started getting the minis ready for painting. I'd like to get these initial forces done inside of the next week is my goal. So that I can actually sit down and really play some of the game. Because it is quite a lot of fun. Dur Wildstar, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. It's pronounced Tiny Steen. That's good. That's good. A little Mel Brooks humor in there. Oh, that is a lovely purple. Like, damn. Steela, what purples do you use? I'm using dioxazine purple here. It's the only one that I have. I know you've used cobalt violet, was it? And you just hate that one. This one, I mean, this just straight up colored it. It's just purple now. Redub all my streams now. Yeah, you gotta get it right. It's culturally insensitive of you otherwise. I've been painting those warjacks, by the way, Steela, and getting pretty far along with them. Hang on, let me make sure I'm not about to rub oil paint on my acrylic paint jobs here. I'm getting fairly close to done with my Eternus Continuum warjacks. I need to figure out what I want to do for these thrusters. But I'm pretty happy with how most of this has come out. Like, none of the white has been highlighted yet. It's the lower parts, like the cables and the hands and all the little moving parts, and then the red glow, all of that I consider pretty much done. The white is the white and then the actual red, like around his collar and on his feet, still needs to be done, and I will have the Nemesis together And then here's where we are on the other two. One of these two has had the white decently highlighted, and the other one has not been done at all yet. But these are the two Nemesis Warjacks here, with their big nasty claws. And I'm pretty happy with how this has come out. I think altogether the Force is going to look good. Like you can see, this is the highlighted white, this is the unhighlighted white. It's a lot more flat. I know Steela likes her Warjacks. And you know, I do live to please. I'll always stay away from cobalt vileness. Yeah, so I've got a cobalt blue that I've been using. I don't like it so far. It seems really fucking weak compared to even French Ultramarine, which I've had better luck with. What I need is some kind of a fluorescent blue for doing glow effects, I think. I guess I could just mix white in, but I've found that mixing white in, again, all it really does is desaturate and kind of dull the color. I need something vibrant and bright. This dioxazine purple has worked out pretty well, though. Again, it really colors. Like, not just a little bit of a stain. It's pretty significant. And actually, I missed a little spot down in here with it. Go ahead and get that. Purple matter. Okay. You have dioxazine, and it's pretty set. Yeah, I am liking the dioxazine purple. This suits my needs quite well. And the more I do of this, the more I'm gonna do some goddamn battle mechs in this. I don't know if Metalcore Collectibles is around, but I'm gonna be finishing that mech diorama with the Tyrant and the Ion Raptor Vulture. I'm finishing it in oils, probably. I've already kind of started doing it. I could just do it with acrylic fluorescent. You're not wrong. Prussian blue is super nice and intense, although slightly glossy. I mean, that's glossy's fine. You can always put a varnish over top to dull it down to satin or matte. That's easy. I've got, I think I just, the other day, yesterday would be the other day, technically that is another day, ordered Prussian blue and Payne's gray, because it seems like a useful color, and I always hear James talking about using Payne's gray. Yeah, this dioxazine really just turns it purple, and a really vibrant purple. Like, I don't think this is... I don't know if this is really coming across in the camera just how vibrant this purple is. It's like a violet. I dig it. Payne's gray is P3 coal black. Yeah, it looked like it was sort of a useful blue-gray. And I use that color so much in acrylics, I figured having one similar in oils was probably a good move. It's probably pretty good. Alright, did I miss any on here? Let me do one more pass, make sure I didn't leave any big globs of oil that I'm going to regret later. For the most part, no. That's seeming pretty good. So, let's start laying into it with some French Ultramarine. I didn't finish the Belchers yet. I got distracted from it, but it's all part of the process. It's all part of the show, folks. I got a complete non sequitur for everyone in chat. Are you ready, chat? When's the last time you watched the movie The Rocketeer? When's the last time you sat down and watched The Rocketeer? Damn noob still at it. 10 months of being a noob. What are you going to do? Rogue19K, thank you so much for that sub, man. I really appreciate the support. This morning. Probably 2 years ago, Rodan, somehow that doesn't surprise me. You were a man of a fine and refined taste. We got some... it seems like our answers range from yesterday to like 20 years ago. Try adding some phthalo green into the cobalt blue, and it should pop. I don't have any phthalo green. Might have to get some. So for those of you who are answering something about like, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you should really give it another shot. You should consider watching it again and soon. Because I rewatched it recently just kind of on a whim. I was like, oh yeah, The Rocketeer. I remember that movie. It's an unbelievably good movie. It is a better movie than I remember it being. Blend this out. Might have had a little bit too much white spirit in there, but that's okay. Make this nice and slow. Never seen it. You've never seen The Rocketeer. I don't even want to tell you what it's about. It's about a man who finds a jetpack, and that's kind of all you need to know. It is so worth watching. And yeah, it's done by Joe Johnston, the same guy who did Captain America, the First Avenger, many years later. And yeah, the stylistic similarities are striking once you know to look for them. Never seen it. Wow, okay. I recommend it. That's the only reason I bring it up is because I'm trying to encourage people, go watch it again. If you have Disney Plus, which many of us do right now, for obvious reasons, because we're all slaves to the Disney film empire. It is so unbelievably worth watching. It's a remarkably well-crafted movie. It has a young Jennifer Connelly. It has Timothy Dalton in one of my favorite villain roles of his. He's absolutely hilarious as well as being threatening in this role. Came at this a little bit thick, but that's okay. Oil has such a long working time, I have plenty of time to blend this blue out. Have it on DVD. Ooh. DVDs? What's DVD? The files are inside the computer. It's another early 2000s reference for you there. Should put it up for movie night. I've been thinking about it. This movie night that we're doing at the end of this month, we do a movie night the last Saturday of every month, and usually we have a vote. This month I'm just kind of picking the movies because it's my birthday month and that's my gift to myself. And I'm strongly considering making it Pacific Rim and The Rocketeer. No, not Jingle All the Way. For the love of God, Metalcore Collectibles, never Jingle All the Way. This is also a movie about a man who winds up with a jetpack, except it's, one of the worst things that's ever happened. That might be strong. It's maybe not the worst thing that ever happened, but it is terrible, and you should feel bad for even mentioning it. Romeo Void, thank you so much for hanging out in chat, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. I hope you have a good night. Thin this out a little bit in here. Mid-application here, but the nice thing, one of the many nice things about working with oil paints, is that long working time means that I can just get myself to a pause point here, and we can go do the storm report, and then I can come back to this in short order. As I gradually figure out how to reduce the amount of brush strokes that I get. That sap green followed by the French ultramarine leaves me with such an interesting blue-green color. Not bad at all to square. This is the first time that the odor has hit me at all, is when I was laying on the pre-glaze and I was like right up here in my face with it, and only because I was doing so much of it. It's literally the first time I've been able to smell the terpenoid even once. The white spirits. All in all, if you do the necessary prep work, and I strongly encourage the pre-mixing of the paints, and you use the disposable cardboard and parchment paper palette, instead of having to clean a porcelain palette later on, this is a pretty easy process. Kevin Kitsune, coming in hot. How you doing, Kevin Kitsune? Certain pigments smell. Drax, I'd be interested to know which ones. None of the ones that I've used so far. But I'd be interested to know which ones you found have an odor. I'm sure I'll discover that for myself at some point. Cadmium? I guess that makes sense. It's also highly toxic. I guess it's probably good that it smells, so it's like, hey, don't get this anywhere near or on you. Heavy body Hansa yellow that almost made you hurl. Ooh, that's something to look out for then. Well, Pele says a video on his Patreon, otherwise just pop in. Oh, yeah. Now, for my pre-thinning, I went like super duper lazy mode. Literally, all I did was, for each of these bottles, take the bottle, fill it up about between a third and half, closer to a third, with white spirits. Stick the end of the oil paint tube in there, squeeze it in until the fluid level is maybe about an eighth from the top. Drop in an agitator, seal it up, shake it real good. Put it on my paint mixer. And so far, it has worked beautifully. Remember why you can smell. I mean, for a lot of reasons, but definitely part of the reason that things smell bad is because your body's going, nope, don't eat that. Don't put it in your mouth, don't put it in your eyes, don't put it in your nose. In fact, don't touch it. Get away from that. What are you doing, human? The biggest challenges here is unlearning all the little acrylic habits that you've picked up that you might not be totally conscious of. I still find myself doing the occasional silly thing. Spending a lot of time mixing on my palette, or unconsciously going to swish my brush in water. Having to stop myself from doing it. Yes, that's also a good point, Gray Fox. Don't put it in your bonnet. That's what he was trying to say. Hey, Matt Yee. Yeah, I'm painting a mini, too. Stealing your thunder. I saw your joke coming a mile away. Think you can fucking slip one by on me? No such luck. That's a Trap Riff can, because you say that, and I immediately, then I want to lick it. I'm like, you said not to, and now I kind of wanna. Can we get a shout out, pretty please, for Mr. Matt Yee? A truly fantastic paint streamer here on Twitch. Someone I would follow and hang out in his stream even if he wasn't painting, because he's just a genuinely entertaining fellow. Oh shit, it is. Yeah, hang on a minute. It is just about time for the storm report. Try something real quick. What happens if I need to give it a little wipey wipe? Yeah, I might do this for these broad surfaces. They're so large. I'm really just trying to kind of glaze these colors together anyway. This will help handle some of my foolish brush strokes. Interesting. The double glaze, I call it. It's actually fairly effective. I'll let that sit for a bit. Hey, Arc Plays Games, good to see you. How are things? Was this Monster 4? Yeah, this is for Monsterpocalypse. The two basic starter sets for the game. They come with some little units for the Planet Eaters monsters, and then a big monster for it. And then they come with some tanks for the Guard faction, who are the human protectors. And then they come with this big pseudo Gundam style mecha who punches said monster right in his goddamn face, ideally speaking. Alright, well we are going to pause here for now, and thankfully, because we're using oils, I can pause here pretty comfortably, because all of this paint is going to stay wet for some time to come. We can come back to it. We didn't quite completely finish our belters today because I got distracted working on the big monster, but we did establish our colors pretty well, and ultimately Big Monster is going to wind up in the same kind of teal and orange color scheme. Once we get these guys done, we'll be transitioning over in our oil painting to working on the Guard tanks and mecha. And also, I'm really liking the way this dioxazine purple glaze came out. This is nice. This is, whew. And I see what you mean now, Steela. Some of these colors, they stain a lot more than others. This one stains like crazy after a very, very short period of time. It's lovely, though. God damn it, Suicide Pretty. It kind of is Grimace Purple. Why'd you have to go and say that? Now it's all I'm gonna see. It's even kind of shaped like Grimace, look. What does Grimace say? I don't even know what the fuck he says. I'm a McDonald's corporate ploy. I don't know. I haven't seen a commercial with fucking Grimace in it since I was like 12 years old. We need Hamburglar robots. Ah, God, I hate you. I don't even know what to do with you. Why did I throw that in the trash? I wasn't even thinking, I just did it. Let me get a little bit of white spirits in my brush here and try to pull some of the paint out. Never use yellow and red on the same mini. Always reminds me of McDonald's. Yeah, yellow and... I have the same problem, Matt. Like, they can be used together properly without looking like you're making a McDonald's corporate robot, but that is a tricky balancing act. At best. Same thing for too much red and green, you wind up looking like a Christmas elf. Too much purple and green, you wind up looking like you're doing the Joker. There are a couple of those color combos that, like, they look good together, but they've been used on such iconic characters that you kind of have to be a little careful with them. Getting my gloves off. Move my oils out of the way for later cleanup. Again, I cannot recommend enough. First of all, pre-bottle your oils, and if you're super cool, you know, put your logo on them. It makes me feel good, okay? It's meaningless, but there was extra space on the label, so I put my logo on it. And this way, if I'm driving down the road, you know, and my oil paints fall out of my window somehow, I'm like, oh, my oil paints, and someone finds them, they'll be like, hey, I know that brand. I know just where to drop these off. Thunder Oils, there we go. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going for, Steela. Thank you. And on the recommendation of Steela Rebel, since my first time I've started doing this, which is just, this is a piece of cardboard with, I'm so messy with my, every time I watch Steela Rebel, she's so fucking just like, oh, there's these precise little dabs of oil paint and they're mixed so precisely and it's all neat, and I'm just like, fucking everywhere. It's a nightmare. But a little bit of parchment paper and a thin piece of cardboard is all this is, and I just kind of wrap it around and glue it to the bottom. And this works wonderfully. Did you mean to glaze with that purple? Did you thin it further or straight from the bottle? Oh, it's all thinned. It's all been thinned to the same amount. And it doesn't really matter if you thin it more for that process, White Wolf, because once you wipe it away, it's just that the different paints have different staining properties. And honestly, this came out beautifully. But some of them, based on the pigment, are going to stain more, others are going to stain less. And yeah, thin them down until they're kind of like a gel-like consistency, because it's easy to add a little bit more white spirits to thin it if you want it thinner. It's harder to mix in more oils to make it thicker, but the way it comes out of the tube is way too thick. So yeah, make it like, I think roughly the consistency of like Reaper paint when it comes out of the bottle is kind of what I aimed for. And so far, that has worked well. So let me get this out of the way so I don't go jabbing my fucking bare elbow into fresh oil paint, because I would be embarrassed about that. That over there. Move this over here. Let's make sure that I've got my screens ready to go. Seems like I probably do, yeah. Hey, what do you know? It's like I do this regularly or something like that.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorb paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Oh, my printer's still going. I thought it had stopped for some reason. All right, you know what? We're gonna get going on this. I need another beer. I need another beer real quick. I'll be right back. I think I hit the BRB button right as I got a follow there, so it's like it didn't pop up on the stream, but I see you there in the log there. Miss Lilius, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers, and furthermore, welcome to the Storm Report, which is what we are just about to take a look at. I find it necessary to state, for the purposes of conforming with Twitch TOS, and also calming down the pack of rabid goddamn heathens that populate my chat room, the hydrate command does not apply to making me drink beer. That's not a thing. We're not doing that. Y'all are out of your mind. I'm going to drink my beer at my pace, which might be kind of fast. It's unrelated to the hydrate command. So, yeah. Such a respectful chat room. This is how I get them to spend their channel points. Hey, I got bits. See, it's tricky. It's tricky, Hamburg Tack. Because, technically speaking, if I'm like, I'll drink for bits, like, they could ding me on TOS for that. It's I think, self-harm to some degree. Ooh, so cold. So cold. I do need to have a little bit of water, though. Thank you for the biddies, Hamburg Tack. Alright, let's have a look at what is being shared tonight. And I think we are going to have a little bit of a limitation on the amount that I will read for future Storm reports. White Wolf, just a heads up for future ones. Oh, first will suffice, so let's start off a project with something that mostly started near the tail end of Sunday's stream, getting oil paints into dropper bottles. Thanks to Lore Friendly yet again for pointing out the 20 by 12 milliliter son of a bitch.
Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
I was just on a roll, Shock.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
don't show them to me, for the love of God. Because that plus putting it on sale had me jump at the opportunity to say, screw it, we're doing this. Okay, Thunderhead giving it another go, especially with me playfully hounding him on occasion, also rather helped with such. I'm glad, honestly, like, because this sort of leap of faith of mine into trying out oil paints, if this encourages you to try something new, that's wonderful. That's the best possible outcome that I could hope for, is trying to make it more accessible, because it's kind of... you know, it's new, it's mysterious, it's arcane. People say scary things like, oh, oil paints are tricky, oh, oil paints are toxic, and it's like, you gotta, you know, it helps to have somebody kind of take the leap before you. I get that. And the fact that it's helping some of you push yourself and into giving it a shot, fucking fantastic. I could not ask for a better outcome. Oils aren't mixed fully, just shaken up enough to give the impression, but they'll see the Vortex Mixer tomorrow morning. Yeah, the Vortex Mixer works beautifully for mixing the oils. Felt I'd be nice to my new neighbors and not have whir going late at night on our shared wall. That is thoughtful, because it rumbles the whole damn house. Also, seeing as the project I'm going to use them on, however, I'm going to hit these minis with a zenithal layer first, because life's just easier that way. It really is. It works nicely, even on the pre-glaze. Do have to say, though, it's kind of weird. You just splurt as much oil paint in as you can, and then there's an air gap, and then you shake the bottle, and the air gap disappears. Oh, and if anyone's wondering, well, it's not that it disappears, it's that you get a coating on the inside of the bottle. You'll find that air gap reappear as it settles a little bit more. If anyone's wondering, 20 milliliter bottles... each one got about 7.5 to 8 milliliters of odorless mineral spirits. Oh my god, you've measured it so much more than I have. They all have Monument Hobbies agitator bead inside. Not the happiest with these dropper bottles, but for now they'll work. Odds are they'll be swapped out with much more rigid Reaper mini bottles at some point, though. That is a nice looking set. I need myself a nice bright teal like this one. I need to add in Payne's Gray, and yeah, I'm gonna add in Prussian Blue, almost certainly. Okay, fair enough, White Wolf. It was an incidental measuring. I'll accept that. Oh no, that is a nice, like, this is more than enough color to get you going right here. fantastic. I think those Tyranids are going to look fucking great, and you're going to enjoy the process, White Wolf. Here we have from Jungle Plague. Did my first batch paint yesterday evening. Awesome. That is This is the redone. This is the redone Black Knight with the MechWarrior 4 style arm as opposed to the purely MechWarrior Online Black Knight. This looks fantastic. Emerald green, by the way. Okay, thank you. Been wanting to use oil paints for a while. Thank you for demonstrating. Maybe I can make happy little trees one day. 5280. It is not as scary as it might seem. It really, once you start doing it, like I need a lot of practice before I get good at it. Like I feel like I'm okay with acrylics, but it's surprisingly simple once you really just start doing it. I strongly recommend doing the right prep work, and for me, the right prep work was get yourself a set of synthetic brushes just for the purpose, pre-thin your oil paints into dropper bottles, and use a disposable palette. And those steps made it significantly easier for me to get into. And yeah, if you have any questions, I mean, Steela Rebel doesn't hang out on Discord anywhere near as much as she should. She really, really should. But we've got a lot of really good resources over on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. And if you ever have any questions, you feel free to ask there, and I will do what I can to try to get you an answer, even if that answer is, I don't really know. I'll let you know that much, at the very least. The boys just... Yeah, I saw that, Matt Yee. I was watching you paint the other day. Matt Yee is a fucking wild card. He's out of his damn mind. In fact, he needs to be stopped. Because he just takes the tube of oil and he's like, and just splorts it right out. And he's like, I'll just mix that with some, just put that on the model. He's like an oil paint terrorist. It's disgusting. What are we going to do with you, Matt? Makes me sick. Don't really wear gloves. No, you wear like Steela wears this adorable little thumb condom. That's all I can think when I see it. It's because she'll get, oil on her thumb, but she just rolls down this. It's like the world's smallest condom. When she's painting. It's. I don't think I've made fun of you for that yet. But you deserve it. So, there you go. I really do like this redone Black Knight. This one to sort of drag it back into the MechWarrior 4 style. That's very, very cool. Drax says, can't wait for the MWO patch next week. I don't even play MechWarrior Online. Are they patching it again? I'll bet Chaotic Harmony has something to say about that, Drax. Jungle Plague, again, leaning into this really, really simple OSL that he's been doing on a lot of the cockpits. I really like how you've done it with the crab here, since it's kind of flush with the lowered portion of the torso chassis. It's just sort of naturally spilling down and across. This looks fantastic. This looks really, really good. Like, I like the look of this. I like the weathering we've done here on the Night Star. I think this mech, all in all, this modified Black Knight looks great. This looks just amazing. This is incredibly effective, and also I love the MWO crab, but that's, neither here nor there. Very, very nice work, Jungle Plague. That's not very nice, Steela. You are a guest in their country. Behooves you to be more polite. I'm gonna report you to some, I shouldn't even joke about that, because I think you can actually report people to, councils for decency and shit over there. I don't know. Maybe that assumption is in and of itself racist. I don't really know that much about living in Japan. I know that their legal system is a little terrifying. I get the impression that their legal system is a little bit like getting accused of a crime by the Cardassians. Like, their police work so closely with their court system that it's like, man, once you get brought in, they're gonna railroad you pretty hard. So, don't commit crimes in Japan, people. Don't do it. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour, working on some more of those. I don't know if we discussed if you're doing Comstar or if you're just doing a real winter camo type look. This looks great, though. This looks really, really nice and surprisingly effective. I think that you should take pictures of these against a black background. Like a real black background, like black felt or black velvet or something. Because against the white, it loses it a little bit and you can mostly see the blue, but I'm really loving this tiger stripe on both of these guys here. I'll have to remember that, Stila, because I admit I am hopelessly curious. These guys are just winter themed. Okay, that's what I thought based on the blue. And yeah, you can see it again here on the archer on the arms. I would love to see if even if all you have is like a piece of dark gray construction paper, Amateur Paint Hour, I would suggest taking a picture of these same mechs with that as the backdrop, just because most of these colors and the subtle variations between them are going to pop better against that. And I would love to get a better look, because overall the paint jobs are striking, and I love this sort of Space Wolfy blue that you've got going on here. Same on these guys. I want to see them against a black backdrop. We got an Oz Scout over here. We got the thing. There's the bigger thing over here, and a clan looking thing. Guys, there's a lot of battle mechs. Okay, it's like fucking Pokemon. Gotta collect them all. And I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of every mech. Gotta catch them all. Sorry, I apologize. I got the tagline for Pokemon wrong in this BattleTech themed stream. On this one, I can definitely see more how you've used the three-tone. So you've got the light blue, the real dark gray blue, and then the more white tone for the overall camo pattern. I think it works really well on the Oz Scout, too. Matt Yee is not actually an oil paint terrorist, guys. And go to the Pokemon sponsorships. Yeah, I'm pretty well screwed at this point, right? All in all, though, I love these. And Amateur Paint Hour, please, 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 if you get a chance, please take a picture of these against a dark background, because I think it's going to make all the colors pop more. And the camo looks real fucking nice. Touch up and finish from a project you started back in October-ish for Rosselhaig Dominion Trinary, and keeping on the theme of finishing projects, I am so glad to hear that you were able to pull something off the shelf and finish off an idea that you had a while ago. Here we have from Kursala, getting some more work done on the dauber. Here's a test of the legs, trying to escape. We're like, no, I don't want a torso. I'm so free like this. These are really nicely proportioned. Simply constructed, an easy knee joint. Looks like we got a ball joint for the hip and for the ankle there. Well detailed without, I think, being... I might... If I were doing it, I might remove some of these panel lines and just leave a couple of nice flat plates, particularly on the upper thigh, though admittedly you do have one right here that's pretty nice, but I just feel like this spot in particular could be smoother, but man, that's picking nits. Because as Vorgatarung says, hey, nice gams, doll. But really, those are some damn fine looking mech legs. Good render too, by the way. Well done. The dabber, no, we're not doing that. Getting ready for that punt. Yeah, Lucy's about to pull the ball away any second. I don't know why that's immediately the thing I think of. Upper legs are a little busy, but I like the way they look printed. Well, at the end of the day, that's what matters. Kursala. All in all, really, really nice work. No, the name is dauber. It's an insect that looks like this, which is, horrifying and is going to give me nightmares later on, because I hate everything about it. I hate how it narrows down to this awful little tube and then widens back up again into this horrible stab ass that it has here, and then it has these awful gigantic eyeballs, and it has way too many legs, and it reminds me of, particularly the iridescence of it, reminds me of the flying bugs from Starship Troopers. You remember the one, it flies down into the canyon, and it picks up the radio guy, and then it fucks him to death with a stinger? Do you remember that one? Because that's what it's making me think of. Not even remotely okay with that. Not even. I'm not saying it's not a rational thing, Vergaderung. It's an absolutely irrational revulsion. But being irrational, you saying that they're harmless doesn't help me. Like even a little bit. I just hate it. Everything about me wants to destroy it. Here we have from Squared. Homemade pizza attempt number 2. Crispy cheese. Delicious crispy cheeses. Oh, this actually looks really good. I'm glad that I ate right before this, because this is not having the effect on me that it otherwise might. Add more tomato paste and up the cycle time on the Instant Pot to thicken the sauce. I'm loving this whole Instant Pot concept. Might need to reduce the amount of dough I use, but it was still tasty. Well, that is a fine effort, Squared. Oh, this picture really does look wonderful. I just love anything that looks like it has crispy cheese on top of it. Which might explain my blood pressure. Waffles the Wonderfish telling me to give it a minute. You might have a point. Guys, I am sorry. I need to hit the BRB button one more time. I will be just a minute, and then we'll continue. Okay. Sorry for the delay. Let's keep on going. So by pure accident, here we have from Rogue 19K, we got weathering practice. Crackerbox of Camo Specs Online suggested bringing it up more, so the second picture is after doing so. Oh my god, excuse me, it's terrible. Who watches this stream? Yeah, I can see how you were going for subtle, but particularly, like, something I like to think about, Rogue 19, and we'll get to the second picture where you've upped it here in just a second. Something I like to think about whenever I'm applying weathering to mechs is their size and where they would most likely, first of all, acquire damage, and secondly, collect dirt. Obviously on the feet is where they're going to take the most minor scratching and acquire the most dirt, because it's making contact with the ground. And then you can kind of have quite a bit on the feet and the shins, bottoms of the knees. I tend to not do the tops of the knees because they're an upward facing surface away from the ground and decently high up off the ground. And then maybe a little bit on the underside of the pelvis where it's actually facing the ground. You want to be real crazy and it's a real dusty planet, you can do some like on the undersides of the gun arms, maybe on the underside of the chest, but by the time you get up this high, like barely any. And then for like weapon damage and such, you can put some on the legs and whatnot, but a lot of it I tend to put, if I'm doing it, like on the torso, to either side of the head, on the chest, where they're going to be targeted. The most, we aim center mass when we're firing at a man-shaped target, and that's chest. It's what's likely going to be struck more often than not. But yeah, up to this definitely looks better. You can go heavier than that too. You can absolutely go heavier than that if you want to, but not every planet is necessarily going to have the same amount of dust. If you're going for a more wet planet, you can do more of like the mud effect, really stuck to the bottoms of the feet. Yeah, between the toes, any place that you have two surfaces meeting, that you have a transition point like that. And particularly, I think a good place to put dust is in areas like this. Because, I mean, shit, Rogue 19, you've been around the motor pool. You know, if it's got, like, oil on it, if it's got engine grease, it's basically a dust magnet. And if it has moving parts, oh god, it's gonna collect it. But yeah, like some weathering pigments down in the crevices and cracks in between the, I guess those are toes. Arguably, maybe, insofar as mechs have toes. But yeah, this is definitely an improvement. It looks fantastic. Really nicely done, Rogue 19. And like I'm saying, if you put a little bit more, like on the undersides of the knees, bottom of the pelvis, that kind of sells the idea that dust is being kicked up off the ground and collecting. Making a wash to throw on it. Consider using some actual weathering pigments. They're kind of hard to beat for stuff like that because you can sort of wet them with rubbing alcohol, with isopropyl alcohol, and then just kind of take the tip of your brush and jam it into those tight spaces. It's one of the best ways to apply it, hands down. A wash probably wouldn't hurt, though, you know? I think that your dry brushing method actually is pretty effective. It doesn't have to be perfectly realistic either. I mean, you know, we're painting space robots, for God's sake. This looks wonderful. It helps to sell the mech's connection to the environment that they're in so well. And I think it's particularly important when we're doing Battletech mechs because the bases are so small compared to the Mini. And in the scale that they're at, it's hard to get a lot of detail in here. So having this little bit of extra space to sort of creatively add colors and blend your mech into their environment, really, it helps to sell the scale too. Because a person this size on a dusty planet would probably have dust all over them. But a mech this size on a dusty planet is going to have dust on the bottom-facing surfaces for the most part, which kind of helps sell like, oh, this is high up off the ground, this is close to the ground. It is more of a Georgia Clay look more than dust, I agree. All in all, really, really nice work. Definitely an improvement there. Here we have from Hamburg Tack. My long painting journey begins on this monster. Begins. Let's just remove one of those beginses. My long painting journey on this monster begins. There we go, that's a sentence. Under the watchful eyes of some other models I've painted, I hope to get this painted by this Saturday. For a small Battletech event at my local game shop, the first Free Worlds Guard need a good ride to battle. Oh. Be still my heart, you wonderful, wonderful man. Not just painting it. Not just painting this wonderful Borealis dropship, but painting it in the colors of the first Free Worlds Guard. The finest paint scheme in all of BattleTech, and that's just science. That's not even subjective. You can't even argue that one. I can prove it with flowcharts and Excel spreadsheets. Conceivably. Yeah, this is going to be really, really nice. Project Dark Fox's baby getting some paint put on it. God, I should probably finish painting mine at some point. Oh, God, the amount of unpainted plastic I have is such a depressing realization. Oh, no. Oh, but this is nice to see. Ah. I hope that you have fun using it, Hamburg Tack. Because we put a lot of work into making sure that it wasn't just a pretty dropship, but also a functioning piece of terrain. Heretic Scott, yes, all the Borealis dropships are 3D printed in FDM. Many of them are printed at home because you can buy the files at Steel Warrior Studios. Many of them are printed by Alex at Steel Warrior Studios. That's right, it is all printed on FDM. It is all printed supportless. These pods, which connect here to provide 4 deployable mech bays, the doors snap open. You can actually put a mech in there and have it walk out while still being fully hex compatible. If you're curious about it, Heretic Scott, we have all the details over at Steel Warrior Studios, which, bam, right there. You got a link over to that if you want to check it out. I'm really, really proud of the Borealis. It was a pleasure to build. It was an absolute pleasure to build, and it's still the piece that I'm the most proud of. Here at some point, there's probably going to be a Borealis version 2, Mark II, what have you. But that is going to wait a little while. This thing is... And Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for your help with this project, man. It is a group effort, the Borealis. Very much so. Miniatures Vault, hello there. Yourself. It is a satisfying click. Yeah, I'm glad you like that, Hamburg Tack, because that's probably the best mechanical piece I've designed, are the doors on the mech bays. It snaps shut securely, and it just has this nice little pop to it when you squeeze it. It works shockingly well. Shockingly well. Here we have from Airflex, built my MS-04 Boogoo, piloted by the Blue Giant himself, Ramba Rawl. It took me a good 4 hours, this one, with distractions. Oh, it's nice looking, though. I've always loved it's a holdover. I can't remember the name of the designer. I really, really should. The Japanese designer worked on Fang of the Sun Dougram, and obviously later he worked on Gundam. He loved the mech gun with the stock right up against the mechanical bicep, and then the sort of forward grip that the left hand would hold on to. You see it on the round facer, you see it on the blockhead, and you see it on so many mobile suits from Gundam. Thank you for saying so, Miniatures Vault. I'm pretty proud of that one myself. Like a big old shield that he's got on there, too. I like the kind of divided up, the center strut on the, what would that be? Visor, I suppose, for this particular one. Very nice, clean-looking build. Well done. So many Zaku's use their machine guns that way. Yeah. It's just the designer liked that, obviously. The idea that they would kind of brace their weapons. And I have to agree, it looks really fucking cool. Oh, and the eye moves with the head due to a clever little gear thing inside the... Oh, no shit. That's really neat. Project Dark Fox is going to pass out. Well, thank you so much for being here, PDF. Always a pleasure to have you, and I really appreciate your help. If you have a design shtick and it looks good, stick with it. What was the phrase that we came up with? Find your bike chain. Here we have from Manro Fasal, finished up both elves. Now, yeah, this came out nice. This came out pretty nice. After you redid the face, I think that the distribution of colors is much more natural looking. Down the nose, across the brow, a little bit of shade right here before we get to the hairline. The shape of the cheeks is just about right. Nice job on the hair, too. All in all, very nice work. I like the I was going to say face tat. I realized this is more than likely meant to be woad rather than an actual tattoo. Unless she's got, like, that whole Mike Tyson thing going on. Project Dark Fox, you have a fantastic night, as well as you can with a hurting head. Go lie down. Put a warm compress on your face, and get some sleep, man. All in all, really nice work, man, Rufusal. And it has been a pleasure to watch you kind of go through different iterations of the drow skin. I've always loved this particular tone of drow skin, rather than going with the like real deep obsidian slash ebony black. The more violet purple tones I've always found more pleasing. Yeah, there's some more of that kind of woad, tattoo, face paint, what have you. Good skin tones, and I really like the very, very light sort of creamy tones that we have here for the blonde hair. Hair is still very tricky for me. I always have to work at it a good amount, and I wind up texturing it almost too much. Yeah, these came out nice. And lovely greens. I love the sort of two-tone viridian and then sort of soft lime, almost yellow green that we have up here for the cloak, and then more of that kind of emerald green back here for the fletching on the arrows. Very nicely done. Here we have from Shadow Fox. Finished building my MG tall geese I was working on last week. Still needs the water slides, but not going to paint them as of now. Maybe a little later down the road. Tall geese is best geese. This, I know I've said it on this stream several times. It's hard for me to choose. Well, there's so many mechs. There's so many mechs, you guys. In Battletech, in Dugram, in Macross, in Votoms, in the various Gundam series. And I'm barely scratching the surface. Like, I didn't even mention Pacific Rim or Evangelion, or there are so many mechs. And if you were to ask me to choose truly my favorite of all of them, even acknowledging that that's a silly thing to do because so many are cool within their respective settings, Tall Geese has a special place in my heart. I love this mech. I can gush about the details on it and why I like individual pieces, but it's the whole package, and it's my favorite in such a way that I struggle to articulate what it is about it that really makes it work for me, but I just love it. Wonderful build, Shadow Fox. Love this pose here with the Dober. Yeah, in many ways that's true, Sumitha. Like, it has everything good about Gundam designs, but it's trimmed down. It's a little sleeker. It doesn't have as many extraneous details on it, and it doesn't have the crazy face with the big goddamn tiara that Gundams always wear that really defines them. Instead, it has this sort of understated Spartan head comb thing going on here. And, of course, if you watch the show that it's in, we find out that both the face and this part actually remove, and it's just got a big, like, sensor suite under there instead. It has, for being part of such a silly property, it's practical seeming. And, it's not practical really, but it's practical within the context of the very impractical mechs that it shares a universe with, if that makes sense. Exactly, Shadow Fox. You take that part off and it's the Leo head. It's just that sensor suite. Of course, I love the Leo too. Really fantastic build, and thank you for sharing this with us, Shadow Fox. I really have to print out the Tall Geese that Ion Raptor did and get some paint put down on it, because it's just so many things I gotta paint. I gotta paint a Gypsy Danger. I gotta paint a Tall Geese. I gotta paint all my favorite mechs. Oh God, why do I do this to myself? I gotta pick up 5 new games between now and then too. One day, chat, I'm gonna paint all the minis. I can't even pretend like that's earnest. That's just fucking crazy. Yeah. Here we have from Darkheart X9, got the new Terminator Sons of Egypt stuff in. Well, this man is just diving
Here at
in
Thunderhead
head
Studio,
first.
we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's painfully accurate. It's painfully accurate, you guys. I like Wargame Exclusive. This dude makes some really, really nice sculpts. I've painted a few of his things. Excuse me. Good lord. Here we have some of the Sons of Egypt Terminators. Oh, those are going to look nice. Those are going to look nice, particularly since I know the color scheme that he's going into these with. Shot me a few pics of the moving Gundam on Discord. Yeah, no, I will steal it right after this. I'll fucking grab my shower beer and enjoy some Gundam pictures, what I'm going to do. Oh, I really do kind of lead a charmed life, don't I? Anyway. Darkheart, we've got a whole painting kit coming your way, man, so I'm looking forward to seeing what you do with the... I believe that Darkheart has been talking about doing the sort of pre-heresy inspired Thousand Suns scheme, which is the more crimson armor. It's one of my personal favorites, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he does with it. Here we have from Play and Win, more Spider-Man. This time, Spider-Man from Earth 1610, Miles Morales. I finished this model very unhappy with it, but after a varnish and some time to reassess the paint job, by the way, worth mentioning, if you don't like a paint job that you did, it's very, very smart to set it down and step away and do something else for a little while. Get your brain off of it, think of something else, and then come back to it with fresh eyes. And then ask yourself how much you like it. Because I've found myself hating paint jobs that I've done and then loving them later. I was hoping that since the webbing is raised on this one, I could dry brush it rather than going for the tiny brush. This was not the case, unfortunately. A few waves of adding red to webbing and going back and fixing my mistakes left me with an okay paint job and a lot of frustration. I noticed I'd forgotten to go and clean up the stand of the newspaper box, but I couldn't be bothered at that point. Rules-wise, Miles is a great center point to the Web Warriors. The worst name, and yet a really good set of models. He gives out defensive rerolls and allow rerolls of skulls while holding or contesting objectives. I have experienced this a little bit. I've been on the receiving end of it. It's kind of bullshit. On top of a great lead for an already scenario-focused Web Warriors. They really are. They have some great... Fighting the various Spider-Man models is really frustrating because almost all of them have some stupid ability where they're like, I shoot you with web and I pull you away from the objective. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Fucking Spider-Man. It's frustrating. Anyway. All this with a movement superpower that increases his damage for a bow on top. Oh yeah, and they all have long movement speed because they're fucking Spider-Man. Painting-wise, I don't have enough experience with tiny brush and struggle to do detail with it. The paint always seems to accumulate about a quarter up the bristles rather than at the tip, so actually getting paint down is a bit of a challenge. I'm assuming this is a technique problem rather than a tool problem, so advice is welcome. Not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. Play and Win. And I don't know if Play and Win's in chat right now. I will message him on Discord after this. You may want to actually use a larger brush. Part of the problem you could be having is the fact that you're using a smaller brush. It results in the tip, where the bristles come together, is very, very small, and the belly of the brush actually gets pushed further up. And that's where the paint wants to accumulate. I would bet that it's a combination of how you're thinning the paint and the size of the brush you're using. Ideally, you should be able to... Yes, Dur is absolutely correct. Paint dries really, really fast on small brushes. You have to know what you're doing and have a very particular reason to use it, and generally be needing that super fine point and small belly if you're going to use a tiny brush like a 0. Using a 1 or a 2, you're going to have better luck. Yeah, flow improver, or most flow improvers have a retarder in them. But yeah, a flow improver or a retarder is definitely going to be your friend. Yeah, exactly. You can have a nice point on a 1 or a 2. I use a 0 a lot of the time, but I use it out of habit because I just started using 1 and I'm kind of used to it. But I don't think, like, that's one of those where, like, that's a personal thing that I do, and I don't think most painters even need to own a 0. Yeah, see, Nanotanks use a 0 almost all the time. I use a 0 almost all the time, but I also recognize that you can get really, really fine detail with a 1 or a 2 just fine. At the same time, Nanotanks, you paint tiny shit. Like, you paint, like, 6mm scale. And you have Vergaderung's like, oh yeah, I work with a 6. My name's Vergaderung, and I work with a synthetic 6 flat all the time. Fucking out of his mind. Let's take a look at Miles Morales. This actually came out pretty nice. I can see all of the webs, which is really the most important thing playing with. This didn't come out bad at all. Yeah. I can pick out a few things on here that you could probably do very easily to kind of push this paint job to the next level. But if you were dissatisfied, like knowing where you are paint-wise, if you were dissatisfied with this, you should not be. This is coming across really well. I think that this is actually a step up for you. Yeah, exactly, Dor. Like this is a quality tabletop paint job right here. Very nice. Very nicely done, Play and Win. I'll hit him up on Discord later and let him know some of that. Oh, here we got some Elite Dangerous from White Wolf. About 29.3 thousand light years away from Sol, with somewhere around 15.3 thousand light years to go to get to my staging point for exploring. About within Tenebrae, I'm starting to see the occasional dust clouds, where some would claim there necessarily aren't any. Some might call it space madness. I haven't started buying Games Workshop miniatures yet, or saying that plastic two-handed weapon privateer press plastic minis go together easily. Oh yes, you can't have the madness. Can't have the madness. Ooh, that's a nice ring. Always make me want to jump into Elite Dangerous, and then I'm like, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Maybe I'll plug in my HOTAS and do that. And then I'm like, oh, I have a billion other small things to do. Oh my god. What happened to my free time, guys? I don't know where it all went. Lovely picture, White Wolf. Oh, and since we're back on the Elite Dangerous kick, why don't you have a bit of a quick nostalgic mention to Cerberus. First exploration ship. In some ways, I missed this Diamondback Explorer. It was the first one that was easily built to jump at a decent range. I remember when they added it. Can go a good 6 light years further per jump than the Kitsune's Shadow can, but apart from the cramped interior with the crowded view, there are two big things that won me over with the Great Phantom's design. First and foremost, I can fit a much larger fuel scoop in, which means in most cases, the fuel tank is full before I've cleared the sun. Oh, nice. And then secondly, the espresso machine. You and James Holden agree. Yes, I know some will point out such was removed from the Crate Mark II for the Phantom, but I put one back in. Going out exploring, going to do such in comfort. Ship designers be damned. Sadly, Cerberus just didn't have anywhere I could put a coffee maker. That is a tragedy. Do have a suspicion that if I ever try to do full-on deep exploration, Cerberus will see service once again. 25,000 light years on the frame, after all. That's good for at least a few more. The Diamondback is a sweet little ship. It just has really nice lines on it. I like how it's kind of vertically chunky and narrow. Coming down here we have from Lore, friendly oils are pre-thinned. Ooh, more and more oil. Mostly. Each still need a good long shake with a Mark 1 arm to be sure it's mixed fully. Also, I need to give my mat a couple days to dry so I don't smudge paint all over myself, but soon. Ooh. Also fancy labels. What black is this? Something Amp Black. This seems like an interesting color, and I'd like to know more about this color because it seems very, very close to Coal Black, which is just one of my favorite colors. Like ever. Lamp Black? That could be Lamp Black. That looks, yeah. There's just one letter out of view. Probably not Swamp Black. Shemp Black, like the Stooge. Jesus Christ, Suicide Printing. There's no, it's not Shemp Black. It's probably Lamp Black. I'm gonna go with Lamp Black. Oh my god. Lore friendly. I'm glad we've got like a contingent of people right now who are ramping up into oil painting, and it's good to be among such wonderful, wonderful company as I continue my own experiments. Here we have our Miniature Paint Hour. Need some advice again. It's supposed to be a granite surface with blown snow on it. How can I make it more snowy without overkill? That's tricky. very small amounts of snow, and I would encourage you to always think of the scale that we're doing this in, because I'm going to outline some areas. Like, you could do a little bit of snow coming up here, and then cutting off and having kind of an odd shape to it. Because remember, a human being would be about the height of this rock. Like, this is a large boulder. So you could have multiple small patches of snow in here that would be 2 to 3 feet long in reality. Bearing in mind that the feet of your mech are going to cover some big chunks of the remainder of this. I would establish where the feet are going to actually be, and then mark out some areas, some little oblong chunks, maybe in a row like this. Or pick the low spots and fill them a little bit with snow. Yeah. I was going to say, like, we get a lot of snow out here, so low spots and shadowed areas are where your snow is going to stick around, where it's going to melt last. So if you had some little oblong areas of that, it also depends on the angle of the sun, which is why I would say sort of align them, so that if you've got like a little pill shape here, have another pill shape over here kind of going in the same direction, and then maybe one over here, also aligned with the other two. Because again, the direction that the sun moves over the course of the day is going to have an impact on which patches melt and which ones don't. Pack the pockets. I don't remember who said that, but that was something I heard once about how to do snow effects. Yeah, I mean, that would work. But I think, yeah, just some little oblong pill shapes aligned with one another, and then maybe like one little circular patch in here would sell it pretty well. Nanotanks is a very good point. Have real pictures of what you're trying to do in front of you. While you do it, pull up some pictures of, like, winter on the steppes. Because that's kind of what this makes me think of. And yeah, just emulate some of those patterns. You can also do, like, little crescent shapes. Those happen a lot. Like, if you had a crescent shape of snow here, a little crescent shape of snow here. Pack a little bit of snow on one side of this bush. Because think about it this way. This bush is going to be providing shadow cover over the course of the day, more on one side than the other. So if your sun's over here, you're going to wind up with a little patch of snow on this side of it. You've already kind of done this with the rock. We've got this kind of patch of snow over here. If you enhance this patch of snow and then do a similar one on the same side of the bush, you're sort of selling that realism a little bit more. Also true, yeah. If wind is blowing, it's going to build up on one side of things more thickly than on others, and it's going to affect the way that it melts, because wind is going to drive it into drifts, and it's going to pack it against hard objects, and then the thin snow is going to melt almost immediately, and the thicker parts are going to, they're going to melt, they're going to sublimate down into ice, and they're going to refreeze, and you're going to wind up with nasty little death cookies, and that's probably a lot of what you're simulating. Yeah, because you've already established this sort of direction here. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's more snow here, some more snow here, and then maybe a couple patches out here. Steela has to say bye. Oh, well, there's no point in streaming anymore. Stream over. How sad. How sad. Yeah, Steela, are you painting tonight? If you're on tonight, I will make a point of staying up. Let me know. And guys, if you're not following Steela Rebel, do yourself a favor, go over, give that girl a follow. She is a fan-fucking-tastic painter, particularly if you're interested in getting involved with oils, because that's pretty much what she does, and she does a fantastic job at it. After Dark stream tonight? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I'll be there. I'll try to be anyway. God, the time zone difference is just killer. Coming down. What we have up next is another base. This one from Chaotic Harmony. Finished up my base for the Onager Dune Crawler. It was a real blast to put together, especially the guardsman part of it. Reposting because I edited the image a little. It seems strange. It seems odd to say things like, wow, this base with dirt on it is some of the best work you've ever done. But having seen, again, being privy to the entire development cycle of Chaotic Harmony's painting and basing and everything, it's certainly the best base you've done. Yeah, it's fake dirt. This fake dirt looks amazing. Really, though, the combination of different sizes of grit The distribution of the tufts, the inclusion of the cork, it's very fancy dirt. The dead guardsman is just the cherry on top. A little bit of a nauseating, probably infectious cherry. But cherry, nonetheless. This is a fantastic basing job. That poor guardsman. Like, he's like leaned against something too. Like, he didn't die immediately. He was like, oh, let me just rest here for a second. Maybe somebody could, you know, somebody yelled for a corpsman. And he just bled out in the dirt. Maybe he's still alive. I don't know. We can't tell that he's dead. He might just be passed out. There's a story to be told here. Yeah, it's Acadian. He's dead. It'll be fine. We got plenty more. Hey, the planet broke before the guard did. All in all, this is a fantastically done base, Chaotic Harmony, and I cannot wait to see the Onager plant its nasty old feet on here. I guess it's going to be like one here, and then you have a couple kind of raised up here, or maybe one, 2, 3, 4, something like that. I'll be curious. I'll be very curious to see how this project comes to fruition. Chaotic Harmony, this is the best looking base I've seen you do. I know that a lot of the materials you worked came from Rainy River Designs. That's right, that is Kursala's fancy dirt. If anyone is curious about where he got some of this flocking and debris, you can always type !Rainy River into chat to get a link right over to their website. Here we have from Roland. Looks like we're doing a little bit more green work, eh? Well, that's a nice smooth application this time. Real nice, bright, vibrant red, too. What is this? Roland, I don't recognize this vehicle. Is the barrel of the weapon just incorporated right into the tank to the point that it doesn't protrude from the turret? I'm not familiar with this tank. It's the shotgun tank. Oh, has it got an LBX? Is that what it is? Okay. An Oro. Ah, okay. I like the red mud flaps. That's a good choice. And a little bit of red kind of on the side here, and the weapons picked out in that sort of dark blue. LB-20X. Oh, Jesus. It is a shotgun tank. That's disgusting. Nice smooth application on this one. It looks like you got you pretty well picked out the panel lines. Details are all showing nicely. This looks like a smoother and more even application than some of the earliest work that I saw at EV Roland. I like the use of the light gray down on the tracks too. All in all, very nice. Yeah, Murder Box. It's a shoebox that rolls up to you and explodes violently. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Charles Hates Everything is working on his RJ McCready cosplay. This thing is horrible. I love and hate the thing so much. Oh, I'll be very interested to find out what further work he does to this god-awful abomination. Oh, no. Yeah, thanks, I hate it. It's so well made that I want to smash it with a goddamn crowbar. And yet I know it wouldn't do any good because it's the thing. It needs to be lit on fire. Oh, no. This is gonna be a hell of a costume when he gets it done. The full RJ McCready with the fucking hat and the flamethrower and the goddamn spider head. Great job. Now we can't trust anyone. Yeah, maybe we'll just sit here for a while and see what happens. Guys, if you're not following, Charles Hates Everything. He really should be. He streams right here on Twitch, mostly gaming in between working on his cosplay stuff, though he has this fantastic shelf of props that sits behind him while he streams, and if you're ever curious about anything on it, you can always ask, because he will talk about it for just way longer than you're comfortable with. Oh, Charles is a fucking good dude and a giant movie dork. His encyclopedic knowledge of obscure shit that nobody cares about rivals my own to the point that I often feel directly challenged by him. Oh, you mean this Dread helmet right now? I'm not going to do that. But yes, very similar, Kursala, as a matter of fact. Also a big fan of Dread, but then who the hell isn't? Who has seen Dread? Like, are there people out there who really... I'm not talking about people who didn't see Dread and don't know how good it is. I'm talking about, are there people out there who sat down and watched Dread and were like, I don't like this movie? I assume that the kind of people who are like, watch Power Rangers and go, this is too violent for me. I don't like all the punching. Why can't they just talk about their problems? Your former roommate, Randy? Well, at least he's your former roommate. Good lord. POV 42 broke out the light box for this model based on the story of the Red Wraith from the most recent issue of Shrapnel. I was pretty nervous about trying to freehand the blood drips, and I'm pretty sure I'll get better with freehanding as I practice. That is the trick. That is absolutely the trick. Why can't they hug it out, right? Why doesn't Dread have hug grenades? The sparks hurt my eyes. Oh, no. Oh, White Wolf. Oh my god, dude. We're gonna have to do something. Alright, fuck it. No, this last Saturday, this month's movie night is Pacific Rim and Dread. Because if there are people in this chat on my Discord server who have not seen those two movies, on some level, you're missing something about who I am. There's a very easily accessed piece of fiction that will inform you to some degree of who I am as a human being. You haven't seen Bella? What, huh? Bella, how have you not seen Dread? Is it because you live in New Zealand? Do they not let you watch good movies down there? Is it like you're only allowed to watch Taika Waititi films? It's from South Africa. It should have gotten down there. Have you seen Pacific Rim at least? It has a scene that takes place in Sydney. I don't know why that would ensure that it was distributed better down there, but it might. Now, White Wolf, no, it's not Witch, because there's just Dread. Judge Dredd came out in 1995. Dread is a different movie. And yeah, it stars a Kiwi, for God's sake. Bella, it stars Carl Urban. Okay? New Zealand is like the size of the North Star Mall. He was probably your neighbor at some point. That's accurate, right? I mean, yeah, probably. Let's move on. Find me in the box. Good to see you. Hello to you too. I hope you're having a good day. This came out really nice, POV. The blood drips, actually fairly effective. Kind of understated, and I like that. And down here on the leg, looks like you got some more further down on the shin here. Now this is very effective. And yeah, freehanding, the more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. Only been here a year, don't stereotype me. I'll find him eventually. Yeah, I'm sure you've walked by him plenty of times. POV, this came out really good. You get some very, very fine lines, particularly for not doing a lot of freehanding. My first freehanding was much, much chunkier than this. If this is where you're starting, you don't have far to go to do some really, really nice freehand work. Your white is very nice and clean. Your panel lines all pop nicely. The red is very, very effective. Oh yeah. No, this is good. Very well done, POV. And yeah, keep practicing. Try to do a little bit of freehand on every model. This is advice that I don't follow. I'll give it, but I don't follow it. Try to do a teeny little bit of freehanding on every model, and you'll thank yourself. Because before long, you realize it's making simple shapes over and over and combining them in pleasing ways. When you see complex work, you'll note that it's always just a combination of simple shapes put together in a really interesting and pleasing way. Bro! What's up, bro? How you doing? Find me in the box. What's up with you? I hope you're having a good day. Here we have from Kursala. I have captured the legs. They didn't make it away. Unfortunately, there's still no top half. Apologies for the blurry image. My picture zone has wandered off to get worked on. Dude. These came out pretty nice. I still feel like you could do without the detail right here and just give it a nice flat upper thigh, but that is so me picking nits. Most of this came out beautifully. The detail actually printed really well. It is a little bit blurry, but I get the idea. I like this kind of inner knee guard. There's general knee joint guard. It's kind of hovering down over the top there. That works nicely. I'll bet it also works really well to contain that actual joint when you're posing it. Yeah, see, Vergaderung agrees with me, and when Vergaderung and I agree, we're 100% factually correct and cannot be proven wrong. Bella, I've actually gotten to hang out with Carl Urban, by the way. And he's a fucking cool dude. I don't know if that speaks for all Kiwis. But Carl, at least, was a class act. Here we have Shock 21. Not sure I'll still be awake this far into the storm report, but here's the nearly... is that a dig? I'm not taking that long. Here's a nearly finished Officer Irby and a pair of squad cars. I found that Rainy River Ruby and Lapis overlay paint on top of white make for decent police lights. I have both of those and I haven't used them yet. I need to. I very much... ooh, that actually did work well. It is my understanding they're meant to be fairly similar to the Scale 75 Inktense colors I've been using, so I definitely need to try. I'll be able to try them on these Warjacks that I'm finishing tonight or tomorrow. Damn. That is very effective. These two police Falx tank. Jesus, what kind of police action are these guys doing that they need this kind of hardware? Looks like we got one of those Hex Tech urban bases in there for Officer Irby. I guess the Irby's kind of overkill too when it comes down to it. Well, nice clean work, I gotta say. And it's wonderful to see some Rainy River design stuff getting combined with a little bit of Thunderhead Studio stuff, and of course the classic Irby. The Falx tank, of course, designed by our very own Kursal over at Rainy River Designs, and available from them still, I believe. Well, now I won't do it. Nice work, Shock. Very nice indeed. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus. Unfortunately, with self-isolation, I can't go out to get the fine ballast I need to finish the roof, but at least the rest is done. One thing I'm going to be focusing on is altering patterns so that I can kind of trick people into thinking I have more buildings than I actually do for photo shoots. But we're about to have the new version of this building coming out for you, Cybrin. So you'll be able to have a number of this size and style of building with a fairly unique and diverse range of patterns and looks. That's one of the reasons I'm doing the V2 also, is because a lot of these shapes are very, very functional, but this will let you have multiples of this building without it looking like they're all just clones of one another. But yeah, I like the green here and the green here. Creates two different sort of... it's very like 80s Art Deco, with the sort of sharp vertical V shapes and the asymmetric cutoffs. Reminds me very much of that 80s style Art Deco. I like the sound of using the fine ballast on top, though. Give it that kind of rooftop gravel look. That'll look nice. That'll look real nice. Those aren't tower turrets. No, those are weapons for the streaker down here, all being painted. Those would be some interesting tower turrets, I gotta say. All in all, very, very nice work, Cybrin. This is just being shared because it's awesome. Yeah, this is Roland. I love this particular version of the Dougram, and these images of this particular kit I referred to extensively when I was building my 3D printable 6mm scale Shadowhawk/Dougram. There are some amazingly nice kits still being made for all the mechs from Dougram, and I refer to them constantly. It's amazing that that's the legacy of that show, is basically just some of the coolest looking mech kits in the world. Ooh, here we are from Data Nerd. I volunteer on a brain tumor patient and family advocate council, and some of us are doing a coffee fundraiser in May for Brain Tumor Awareness Month. The group needed a logo 4 stickers to go on the coffee bags. Several local coffee shops will be selling to help raise money. Ta-da! One of the places will ship to. So I'll share once the website is active. Oh, one of the places will ship to. All that was missing, I thought that the 2 was wrong, but all that's missing is a comma. One of the places will ship to, so I'll share once the website is active. Hell yeah, I'll have to order some. Beans for brains, it says. That's nice. I actually kind of like this as a logo. That's pretty cool. Beans for brains. I feel bad for laughing because it's about brain cancer. But yeah, please do share that. Fantastic logo. Nicely done. Here we have from Rodan, something quick and easy to get it done. Shelob. Ew. Ooh. She's ugly. She's real ugly. I like what you've done here with the sort of stylized blue dirt, and it looks like we've got little touches of warm colors in here, like a skeleton bone or an amber kind of worked in. We've got some old skulls that have sort of sunk into the dirt. It gives me... I'm not even going to read that name, Metalcore Collectibles, and you can't make me. It looks like this whole area has been wet and then dried alternatingly. Like the skull has sort of sunk into the mud, and the mud is dried and kind of separated from it a little bit. Like everything looks like it should be goopy. And then, of course, there's this horrid model standing on top of it. I love what you've done with the sort of livid, nasty, infected flesh on her face over here, and then coming back across her back. Ugh. The descendants of Ungoliant are truly, truly unpleasant. Unless, of course, you're playing Middle-earth Shadow of War, in which case Shelob turns into a super hot chick that you kind of want to bang, which was a really, really weird change that they made. Turning this into a hot lady that wears, like, spider lingerie. I don't know what they were thinking with that. Well, what they were thinking was they wanted Shelob to be a character, and they didn't want you to have to stare at a goddamn twitching spider face the whole time. But did it have to be the hot chick? That was very weird. It makes me question the proclivities of the writers of that game. I blame anime. Waffles, that's probably wise. Oh god, there's stinger and everything. Rodan, I kind of resent you for doing a good job on this model and making me look at it, if that makes sense. And I hope that you don't take that in the wrong way. But, yeah, thanks, I hate it. Shelob fanfiction, that's basically what that game is. It's Shelob fanfiction with a lot of good swordplay. Oh. Okay, what is the thing? She has a stinger. Shelob has a stinger on her ass in addition to whatever it is that spiders also have for weaving web or whatever it is. She's not actually just like a little itty bitty spider. It's that all spiders... Yes, she has spinnerets, but she also has a stinger. Look, Middle-earth spiders are not like spiders here, okay? Spiders here on Earth are not descended from Ungoliant, the great shadow that drank the light of the fucking moon tree. It was the... Wait, which... She drank the sap of one of the trees or both of the trees? I was under the impression she drank the sap of the tree of Silverlight. And then the Silmarillion was stolen by, what's his nuts at that point? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I read that. Either way, she drank the moon, and then spiders happened. Just fucking deal with it. Oh, here we have from Mellow Minis. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, it would have been Morgoth. Morgoth and Ungoliant who went to... what's it called? The place. The magical elf place. With the Tree of Golden Light and the Tree of Silver Light. And Ungoliant drank the sap of, I'm pretty sure, the Tree of Silver Light. This, you know what, this isn't important. Why am I talking about this? I see this and just think, Left 4 Dead Boomer in the process of exploding. Yeah, I both love and hate this nauseating yellow color that you've chosen, and I really, really like the lividity that you've done around each of these sores. This sort of angry red, because most of his flesh is sallow and hanging and kind of dead looking, and then the flesh around the sores is all angry and red and livid, and you've got red and purple in there, and then of course he's got blood splattered across his big... I hate that I'm using words like sallow and pustule right now, and livid. This is making me very uncomfortable. But I guess that's the sign that you did a good job on this mini, that it makes me... Oh, no, it's leaking! Oh. Oh, no. Yeah, at least I'm not hungry. Not anymore, I'll tell you that much. Holy shit, really nicely done, though, Mellow Minis. And guys, if you're not following Chris over at Mellow Minis, you really, really should. He's right here on Twitch. He's relatively newish to streaming and getting better fast. And he does some really, really nice paint jobs. Very welcoming community over there. As he says, also listed on his IG. That is a good Instagram to give a follow to. Here we have from Suicide Prenny. Oh, it's one of these trolls? Trollkin? Is this from Riot Quest? I'm not really well versed in War Machine. Not particularly well versed in War Machine. And I'm only sort of tangentially aware of Riot Quest for the most part. But I know that this is War Machine Privateer Press troll style design because I've seen enough of those minis, and then I see the big steampunk gun and I'm thinking Riot Quest. Boom Howler. Makes me think of Street Sharks for whatever reason. I can see that, yeah, it's the fin. I get that. That's a really, really nice skin tone that we've got going on here, though. Very effective. I like the base tone you have here for the teeth. Didn't just go for white, went for more of the kind of enameled yellow. If you wind up doing some more highlights on here, I think you could pick out the individual ones, but oh man, yeah, the skin tone really works on this Suicide Prenny. Very nicely done. Let's get a closer look at that face. Oh, he looks angry. I like how you've done the highlighting on his eyebrows to really make them stand out. He has a very expressive face, and highlighting those details that are already in the mini definitely pay off. Suicide Prenny, very, very nicely done. Oh yeah, you've done some highlighting work here on the muscles to kind of separate him too. Give it that sort of ropey, muscle, textured feel to the shoulders. Ooh, that's awesome. Suicide Prenny, as you continue to work on this model, please, please, please feel free to keep sharing with us. Because I'd love to see how that comes together and how you wind up doing, like, he's got a bunch of leather on here, he's got some big gauntlets, armor plates, and this big old fucking gun that's just lined right up with his crotch. For some reason. But yeah, as you continue to paint on this, the basing looks nice too. I kind of like how you've done this. He's sort of tilted back, almost like bracing. That's pretty cool. But yeah, please share work as you continue to work, as you continue to paint on that. That was a terrible sentence. From Gus Schultz, the fly is finally done. Oh my god. Festum. Even the basing is impressive. My god. Look at the big bloated fly body on the back with the horrid little claw spines on it. These sort of the vents which look like they've just kind of like grown over time. The awful fly arm kind of coming down into this mantis claw that incorporates the big chain sword. This is awful. This is terrible. The big fleshy scrotum sack that's apparently the ammo container for this cannon. I like how there's a tank met its end here too. They were like, fuck it, we quit. It wasn't even destroyed. They just abandoned the tank. They were like, nope, we're done. The Emperor doesn't protect against this shit. Good God. Oh, I love it has all the shapes of the Imperial Knight because it's built on top of it. But like the way you've sort of smoothed the curve of the shoulder down into this chitinous texture with the spines, how we have the remnants of the wings kind of laid back across it, and we're not even really getting the full look here because there's a humanoid skeleton right up in here. Its skull connects to the fly head, its rib cage is split open right here. Yeah, Gus, we're gonna need more pictures, buddy. We're gonna need more pictures. Little details. Look, there's a human skeleton that looks like, oh no, oh my god, okay. This is gonna be gross. I'm just gonna ask, I don't know if any of you have ever pulled a carcass out of mud in your life? I have. This makes me think of exactly what that smelled like. All that moisture and all that putrescence, and the flesh just comes off, and it's so fucking gross. And it's making me remember what that smelled like. This tiny detail, this corpse right here, and you just know, like, it's not that guy's been there long enough to be whittled down to bones, it's that he's been in the mud and it has just stripped it off. Just stripped the flesh right off. This is disgusting. Added some maggots too. Oh joy. This is a model that makes me deeply uncomfortable, and I appreciate that. I appreciate a model that can make me feel something, even if that feeling is revulsion, Gus. Oh, I love the big butt on it. Oh, this is so cool. This is where the shape of the Imperial Knight really changes for the sake of this one, is in this big abdomen thorax thing. Gus, there might be something wrong with your brain, man, but I'll tell you, I love it. Oh, here we have from White Wolf a little bit of Therapy Thursday post. 3 streams, 1 computer, 5 screens. Thunderhead and Ratgirl on the phone, and tablet over on the assembly desk as well. Oh, Gus. Nothing quite as relaxing as seeing 2 of my favorite streamers doing a co-stream and Thunderhead working away at some oils also, all while I build a gunplay kit, MG Zaku 2 Shars, the red Comet at the mini desk. No progress on oil paints because of stupid fire alarms last night and at 4 a.m. Oh joy. Just wanted to relax and chill out tonight while doing something hobby related, and yes, that's my HOTAS all set up on rapid mounts ready to roll for or after the stream. Not sure how far I'll make it through Lyra's song on the way to the Tenebrae region on Elite Dangerous, but if I make it halfway, screw it, I'll be happy. Yep, Treat the Dragon keeps my audio stuff and Xbox controllers safe from intruders. Evie just kind of sits there and watches, I guess. Oh, the mac and cheese was an experiment. It went okay. I'm glad to hear that it went okay. This is quite the battle station. This is the fucking, look at the sheer amount of streaming and gaming going on here is disgusting. I couldn't even hope to reach this level of nerd efficiency with my current setup. Oh, drinking out of mason jar. I love mason jars as glasses. I really do. I say gunplay, and you're gonna have to deal with this gunplay. Gunplu. Building your gunplu. I don't know. I need a third monitor. Gunpla. Gunpla. It's the glottal stop in there that really does it. Gunpla. Right? You gotta work that same muscle that you use when you kind of gag a little bit. Gunpla. Alright, I'll stop. I'm gonna have to go. I can't talk. I can't talk at all. Gunplay. Kapla. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to give Ratgirl a follow. Over there building models, all over that. Here we have Project Darkfox work in progress update for the Timberwolf Commission. Lines, flat colors, and most of the regalia on the mech. This will be fully shaded in the end. Oh, nice and smooth. Nice and clean. Damn. Darkfox, your work just gets better and better. I love the shape that you've given to the leg over here. The foot being lifted in the air and the toes kind of drooping down reminds me of the reverse jointed leg walk that the AT-ST gets when it's stepping forward, and that one leg kind of, the foot drops and kind of drags and dangles behind it, and all the weight kind of just shifts over to one side as the torso sort of angles. Yeah, this is a nice touch. I like the dangling toes. Very effective. Wonderful work, Project Darkfox. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive preview. On the note of Timberwolves / Mad Cats and Demonesses, and Sumathas for that matter. We all have those moments in our lives, those moments of transition, of change. Sometimes these transitions are violent. Sometimes they're peaceful. Sometimes they're sad. Sometimes they're worth celebrating. And sometimes, just sometimes, there's some bizarre combination of all four. or maybe even a fifth. While this won't make as much sense to most for now, I know that Thunderhead, Data Nerd, Riot Sister, and a few others know what I'm on about. Worry not. It will all make sense in time for those who look into Operation Lancaster when it is unleashed upon the world. While there's a lot of stuff in here, the short stories and tales of the individual soldiers are definitely the crown jewels of the project, such as the one that the art below comes from. In a way, I'm facing a bit of an interesting moment of transition myself. I've completed the major editing pass of Operation Lancaster altogether, and I'm starting to slowly collect together a trustworthy test group to review this massive thing, and won't share it around until after it's well and truly done. After 4 years of hard work, it's strange. I feel like I should be writing, editing, something, but trying to put a period at the end of this sentence, so to speak. As such, at this point, I'm pretty much just having to stop and make only alterations based on feedback I'm getting. It's a weird feeling. I suppose it's natural enough after so long. 418,000 words, 469 pages, 473 megamech lab formatted record sheets. Matt Plug doing what he does best, making stuff look good. Oh, goddamn. Oh, yeah, we got a Sumatha over here. Again, another note how he takes items in the foreground and he blurs them ever so slightly to give that sense of depth, so you have more definition on the focal point over here. You know, it reminds me of some of those shots in Predator you get where it's like focused on one character and then the camera shifts and focuses on another in the background without moving, and one just sort of, the background is blurry and then it vroom, this one blurs and the other one comes into focus. Like, I could see this being an active shot where the Demoness is in focus and then it focuses in on the Sumatha. It is absolutely gorgeous work. Matt Plug is a real master of the chunky hard surface art. Rack focus. I knew there was a phrase for it, Drakari. I'm just a fucking Philistine. 66, 66. Yeah, I can see that. Really, really wonderful work, Sumatha. And thank you for sharing Matt Plug's work with us, as always. Here we have from Heretic Scott, you suggested irritated skin, and I made it so. Much happier with more reddish tones on the wings. Many failed prints later, and the blade has also been attached. Some sculpting is still required to bring the blade and hilt together, and a few of the other areas needing work, but it's fair to say this guy is close to completion. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Irritated, red, angry skin. Like, it's not supposed to be in this shape, it just is, due to the unnatural influences of the warp. I like the use of the sort of corpse fire, whatever this color is, warp stone glow, I can never remember the name of the paint, out here on the fingertips. That's very nice. That's a big-ass chainsword, too. There's a lot of colors at work here, and yet they're balancing fairly well, with the greens over here and then the reds over on the other end of this. It's a very long model, all things considered. Good work on the horn as well, with the dark tip coming down to the more highlighted base down here. Very, very nice. Yeah. I think this looks great. The veins coming down through the sort of stretched out batwing flesh. Everything up here looks angry. Like I said, like it's not supposed to be that way. This is not a natural creature that evolved to have wings. This is someone's hand, or just flesh and bones in general, that has been forced into this completely unnatural shape. And so it is very, very irritated as a result. Very subtle sort of red shadows in here to sell the tension marks going across the stretched flesh. Beautifully done. Beautifully done, Heretic Scott, and thank you for sharing that with us. Here we have from Drakari, finished the cannons today. One needs some touch-ups, and Screaming Skull and Gold got a little sloppy. Also glued the legs together and have them primed, not shown. Gonna use some of the leg prints that failed as basing elements. Hopefully Mechagodzilla won't be too mad. I think he'll be fine. This mech is ridiculous. It's so chonk. Like I said, like at this point of design, it's like it has a shoulder and it has arms, but it's like, why don't you just make that a turret? Why don't you just put the guns on a goddamn gimbal right here? It's like it's... no, this is Forge World, for Godaron. I think he's talking about the failed leg prints from Mechagodzilla, because he's printing a Mechagodzilla at the same time. Yeah, because Tau, and they gotta be mechs. Just because it has to fit the theme, I suppose. These huge fucking cannons. At a certain point, this should just be a weapon emplacement. And at a certain point, you have to look at the legs and go, why don't we just build treads? What are we doing with our lives? Earthcast, what is wrong with us? This chainsword has been around. It's not as young and taut anymore. You know, he gets his workouts in. But, you know, sometimes it's just never going to be the same. Well, it's good to see progress coming along on that, Drakari. Here we have from DJ Mouse 5280 Fabio. Just finished this Monpot guy the other day. This is from like the Legion of Mutato or whatever it is that they're called. But there are a bunch of these crazy, it's like a crazy animal faction. Alright, Kursala, you have a good night, man. Some really, really cool monsters for this one. Giant lion man, and there's like a big, yeah, like a big lion dude with like Egyptian regalia. Big mutated animals. I love the colors that we have here. Purple and gold always go well together. You have a nice fade on the inner ear here of the elephant out to the purple, sort of lavender at the edges. The gold face mask, and then we have that broken up by some cool colors down here to the shoulder. Then we have gold again, cool colors again. Then we have some more gold. Like, this is really well composed. Good color choices all together. Good focal points on the tip of the weapon and on the face, edges of the shoulders. Yeah, the new tiger guy is a really, really cool sculpt. This is nicely done. Also, this elephant man would be gigantic, like bigger than a fucking tank. He's meant to be the same size as these belchers, which are also huge. Warp Talon was Sotek green and Hawk turquoise, and the very tips were done in AK Interactive mint green. Oh, okay, alright. It works really, really well, Heretic Scott. Do you want to mention something? Keep in mind that comment you made about shifting focus on the image of Plog. Actually, something is used in Operation Lancaster with that very image. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Really nice work on these, DJ Mouse. These, this is actually pretty cool. There aren't any super complicated painting techniques at work here. This is just one of my favorite things to point out because this is just good color choice. This is quality color composition used simply but well on a well-detailed model. It is the kind of paint job that generally won't take people forever to do, but is so visually effective on the field. It's really well done, and I love the color choices that you've gone with here. And thanks for sharing that with us. Here we have finally from Asri, the Mandalorian kill team is based and finished. They crushed it in their first game tonight. Flayed ones could not charge into the Mando with double hand flamers, killed 3 on Overwatches. That's what Mandos do, baby, they light shit on fire. Ooh, the color choices are nice on here. I love the red visors. That came out very effectively. I like the little bit of blue we have towards the end of the lightning claws. Homeboy with his double plasma over here. This lunatic with his double flamers, because who gives a shit? The giant missile. I think that exaggerating the missile on the backpack is a particularly good choice, considering you went with Space Marine bodies overall. And it's nice to see people using some Space Marine bodies that aren't necessarily just Primaris. It really does come across very effectively. And of course your leader with the sort of gold Mando mohawk going on here. For as quickly as you got these guys concepted, put together, and painted, Asri, this is excellent. It's a wonderful kill team. The red creates a really nice focal point on the T of each of these guys, and then on the tip of the rocket, so your eye is drawn there immediately. The detailing is well done. Very cohesive look. Altogether, Asri, fantastic job. Just fantastic. And I'm glad to hear that they just lit a bunch of Xenos on fire, as is good and proper for some Mandos. But that is going to bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of the night stream. So the question is, who are we rating? Oh, I forgot to take today off of our listing there. Whoopsies. Riot Sister! What timing? What timing? How you doing, Riot Sister? It's good to see you. Alex Holmes, good morning and greetings from Germany. Wish you a nice day, and a very nice day to you, Alex Holmes. You came in right at the end of the stream, but I sincerely hope that you come in for another one. here at some point. Who is doing what? It looks like Thunderdome Drew's painting some Warhammer. Cutthroat Cure is working on some Marvel Crisis Protocol and Curse City. We got Hobbies for Happiness doing some terrain. Megapedia. Wait, is she painting Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown? I hope not. That's horrifying. Oh, Deckard VS is playing some Red Dead Redemption. MCBTV, Juice Moose, a bunch of people playing games. So the question comes down to, would you rather see some terrain? Some Marvel Crisis Protocol? Some Warhammer? Oh my god. Megapedia is dressed as Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown, and she is painting some type of D&D cow. Why? All right, let's move on. So give me your choice, Chad. You want some Warhammer, some Marvel Crisis Protocol, or some general terrain? What are you thinking? Raid the scary clown. You guys want to raid Megapedia? She's It's so bad. Oh my god. Alex Holmes, thank you so much for the follow, man. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. I feel bad that I'm about to dump you into, of all things, a painting stream with a person who is dressed as Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. But I also feel like on some level, you know those opportunities that come up in your life where you just know on some level that it's never ever going to happen again? Like, how many times am I going to be able to say, over the course of my life, that I rated Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown? He does cocaine. Jesus Christ, what has my life become? What? I used to be somebody. I didn't. I was nobody. What am I saying? That's crazy. Yeah. So yeah, we're going over there. Thank you to everybody who came out today. Again, thank you to everybody who participated in the Storm Report. It's one of my favorite things that we do here on Twitch, in any stream. And it's always a good time. Huge thank you to all the new followers. Guys, thank you so much for the subs. I hope everybody had a good time tonight. And as always, just a gigantic thank you to my mod team. Kursala, Project Dark Fox, Riot Sister, even though she kind of just sort of slipped in at the end to try to take credit, without actually doing any work. Got my eyes on you, Riot Sister. Not pulling your weight, She's gonna slap me in my goddamn face. Yeah. Anyway, we had some good times with oils tonight, and that's what matters. We'll be back this Sunday doing some Warcaster. I am going to be taking next week off. I'll post more about that on the Discord. I am going to send you now over to Dr. Roxo for some painting. So until next time, keep on painting.